Don't act dumb.
On the goddamn ground!
Yes.
I don't have any cooldowns.
What's the cooldown on that fucking thing?
Pin me in with the inside scoop. Oh.
What the fuck is happening? I just want to get to
And
work.
he just like ropes people in with his stick.
What? How did we lose?
Screaming, more like screaming pile of shit.
You guys look at me.
Overreact to all.
I guess so, yeah. Hello. Video games. This is probably very loud. You just turn that down. There we go. That's probably still loud. Can somebody talk real quick? Alright, there we go.
Well,
Who's ready for video games? Are you guys ready for video games? Somebody answer the fucking question, holy shit.
what?
I'm ready for video games. I said I am.
Oh, I didn't hear it. Thank you for the 5 pennies, Terrence. Look, you can get to pile them up behind me. It doesn't really
Oh, I
work
thought
as
it was
well
gonna
as I
scream at you.
No, I set it up so the higher donations scream at me.
How much is higher?
I think it starts
Oh.
at like $10.
Jesus Christ.
What?
Well, guess
I
we're
have to
never going
shill.
to hear those.
Yeah. I mean, Farkas doesn't know yet. Don't let him know. Also, I'm just shamefully going to. Thanks for the 2 bits, noob.
I'm on the list now.
I'm gonna shamefully put my thing there so that it covers up the green screen that doesn't work. Or rather, the portion that doesn't want to work. I might have to like hem the bottom of my green screen because it fucking the green screen.
Oh god, your
lengthwise-
haircut. Nice res that.
Fuck you.
Kidding.
My
Kidding,
green
hold on.
screen is longer lengthwise than my room.
Jesus Christ.
So yeah, new game. I guess I'll play the original. I wanted to play this game a few years ago, but I wanted to play the original version, and now I have an HD version, so that's cool, I guess.
I like changing the picture.
What do you want to change your picture to? Also, this is fucking holy
Yeah, I'm
shit sensitivity. Mouse. Can I not change sensitivity? Oh, there we go. Look down. Let's crank that, like... There we go. And there we go.
That'll be
No.
my profile picture.
We'll wait till you get to like room 50 or so, and then we'll start My Immortal.
My immortal. Also, fucking wouldn't be a Jameless stream if I don't fuck around with the goddamn audio settings for the first
didn't
20
upload.
minutes. Alright. Oh, hello.
Oh, what
1,000
Steve?
rooms? I thought it was 100.
There we go.
No, 100 rooms takes you about like 20 minutes.
Just go. Alright, see you, Spooky. Alright, so...
Oh, there's only like a 5-second delay. That's pretty.
Yeah, they really improved it since the last time you've probably watched me. So...
Well, I mean, whatever.
I wanted
we
to
played
play
Jackbox.
this. Yeah, yeah. I wanted to
Where's
play
my
this a few
charger? I want
years
to put my
ago.
put you on my phone.
Also, you can multitask. I can't climb ladders, can I?
I just want to be running at my.
Oh man, bunk beds.
There's
Look at that
so
shit.
much stuff to explore.
Like for instance, that thing over there.
Look at that.
And
Look
that
at
thing.
that. Look at that. I think those are
Look at that.
bones. It's either that or
Wait, is
like...
To be fair, this I don't know if you know of what this game used to look like. It was just like empty rooms with sometimes chairs.
Yeah.
It's-
Yeah, I've
it's-
seen the original version. I wanted to stream the original version for like a Spookfest years ago, but I never did. What's that? Can I do that? At first, this place
Oh,
seemed
go
cute,
back in time.
but I've been here for days now. I'm feeling quite parched now. I keep getting
So
this
thirsty.
feeling like I'm being watched by something. This is not romantic at all. Okay.
Not romantic.
I didn't think Spooky's House of Jump Scare would be romantic.
Don't you want to fuck Spooky?
I honestly would probably.
That's sad. You should go. She's also a child, I think.
She is.
That's fine.
Okay.
No!
And report. Jamal gets banned. I'm actually not Fruit. There's a Fruit being the cause of Jamal being banned. I am.
I'd be mad, honestly.
Here's the main issue with that. Fruit has basic immunity because Jamal's broke his shit and can't afford a plane ticket. He can afford the gas to drive down and kill me. That's the issue.
Oh no, I'm so scared. What the fuck?
I have
did
a
you say?
triangle next to my name. What does that mean?
That
Oh.
means you
That means
gave
you
me
came.
money. That means you gave me approximately anywhere between a penny to 99 pennies. Ah. Oh. It is Wednesday,
just-
my dudes. It's actually like Sunday.
It's actually Sunday.
Could have gone to go see Rocky. Oh shit, that actually kind of started.
Yeah,
because
but
it
it's
was right
garbage,
in my
remember?
face. Yeah. I saw a post on Reddit today from the Rocky Horror Picture Show subreddit with our theater.
Really? Saying about how garbage there?
No, I just said I stopped going for time reasons, but I told the guy to enjoy the show. I didn't want to ruin it by saying, yeah, they suck now.
Oh.
I mean, you
That's
should have.
really what I wanted to say.
You would have saved that
How
money.
do I do a flashlight? Do I not get a flashlight?
Oh,
I
you
want
have
to
to
use my
until age
flashlight.
20.
You don't get a
Right?
flashlight yet.
Look at that.
Where the fuck do I have
This is
switches
just like
on this thing?
amnesia.
The Dark Descent.
I don't even know why I'm bothering to fucking look around.
Well, where everything's just a jump scare until you get halfway through the game and then something actually starts chasing.
When do I get to the water monster section? Oh, there he is.
Oh, fucking Christ.
So you joke, but
The fucking water monster section.
There-
fucking...
I remember being genuinely freaked out when I did that.
Dude, that was like one of the ones that
After about
scared
5 Spookfests in a row, I'm kind of numb to these kind of games.
he says as we watch him descend into madness over the course of a week.
Yeah. Then again,
Yeah, it's more of a you're gonna go insane thing by like room 700.
oh,
But that being, even honestly, it's so much more interesting to look at things. It used to be a lot worse. You didn't have windows. You didn't have different kinds of rooms. It was just square rooms
What's that?
with chairs.
you gotta say I like this Minecraft texture pack. It's pretty nice. Oh, there's a note on this one. I know something is following me, but I feel like I'm prancing through the same rooms over and over again. I'm already at 32 and it feels like that. Hopefully leaving notes as breadcrumbs will prove I am making progress in reaching some destination. I just hope I don't run out of ink. I'm dreadfully thirsty. Is there something following me? Oh no.
Hey, Jamal, I'm watching now on my phone.
Great, I love your support. Also, please
Hey.
don't notice that I just threw on the same T-shirt from yesterday.
That playing you weren't just wearing it all day.
Fuck off.
I'm playing you don't work. You only own one shirt and you just wear it nonstop and you never
Nah,
clean it.
my whole wardrobe is just Twitch merchandise.
And Blue Crate shirts.
No, I sold those out for Twitch merchandise. This bed looks comfortable. Oh look, another note. Ink, not quite quenching my thirst. Taste is terrible, stains are terrible. I don't think drinking it was a very romantic idea. I'll suck the ink out of your pen, if you know what I mean.
Sounds very romantic.
I could be sprinting right now, but I don't want to. Why does that look like the Flash logo? I mean the old Flash logo. Room 42. Can I do something with this candle? Nope. Might as well just start sprinting, since every room recharges my stamina anyways. Oh look,
There's really no reason
the
not
same
to.
rug. This is a really big castle with nothing in it. Oh look, bunk beds. Are there anything on the bunk beds? 3 little monkeys jumping on the beds. One fell off and fucking died. Died a horrible death. Let's go on this one. I just want to remind everybody that I spent $10 on this.
Sounds
This
like
is
a-
not. It was free. What happened?
The HD remake is not free. Oh, there's a save point.
Oh.
I hit room 50. You know what that means, Terry. GL Labs. I can't wait to get in there.
Yeah, let's wait till room 100. Just keep going.
He really doesn't want to read it now.
No, I do. I
I'm just
just
gonna keep
you know,
delaying the inevitable.
it's something that it's a distraction away from the madness.
Hmm.
He's gonna get
Is
a
the
sense
thing
of it.
following me now? No, not yet.
Arcos.
How about now? Nope, not yet.
You'll
I
know
don't
when
know
it's
why,
following
but
you
like
if there's
these
music.
corridors and like hallways and shit remind me of like Ocarina of Time. Whenever you stand in place for such a long time, the hand comes down and fingers you. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is locked. There's locked doors in this? Okay.
This is lost.
What a fucking majestic turn of events. Locked doors are a good game mechanic.
Aren't they?
Yeah, it's my favorite thing in Resident Evil 4.
Ice cream.
Duh.
You know, my
Vaping
favorite thing in
numbs the
Resident Evil.
scariness.
My favorite thing in Resident Evil 4 is the
Yeah.
refrigerators.
You guys remember in the N64 version of Bowser's Castle of Mario Kart, the thwomp that was locked behind the bars? This is him now. They starved him.
Jamal, I'll point something out. This is unrelated to what you're saying. Did you know that there is you know like the skin Death by Kitty?
Yes.
That really horrible one. They have a hoodie and they have a wallet of it now.
Fantastic. Oh.
And they have a
somebody
Hyper Beast
spilled their,
hoodie and
Mountain Dew here. It's already gotten sticky.
they have a Hyper Beast mouse, a Hyper Beast wallet, a Hyper Beast hoodie.
Spouting, splashing, soaking, squirting. Innards, ingest, invoking. I don't know. I can't think of a word that starts with I. Nailing never stops the choking. That's kinky. Hello.
Pretty romantic though.
What are you? Okay. Ow. Motherfucker. This is the part where the thing chases me, isn't it? Is he still chasing me? Oh shit. He can go through
It's
doors
gonna
too.
get-
What happens whenever he hits more of the green piles?
You got Strongo.
I
They're
don't want to
coming
get
to
fucked
get
by
you.
strong bad. That's actually kind
Barbara.
of fucking freaky.
It's not even the worst one.
I know, but the fact that it's just completely static except for it's moving forward. Let me guess, he's just gonna bullshit and hack his. Yeah, he's no clipping. What a fucking piece of shit. Turn off SV cheats! It's not fair. It's cheating. You're
No, do not make a wrong turn. I want to go back to Road 50.
I mean, there's not really a wrong turn I can make. This is pretty linear.
No, you're right. You're right. There's a different room where you can make wrong turns.
Don't tell me that. Right now I'm currently experiencing Link to the Past again.
We're about to be experiencing a different Zelda in a minute.
Oh shit, there's a new one. Is there two now?
Man.
I'm gonna say I'm not really spooked yet, but whenever it hits me from behind, if it does, it'll probably make me startle. Oh, is this
Not
where
exactly
we're
the
having
spookiest ever.
Oh, is it done? The music stopped.
That means it stopped following.
Oh, that's good. Now I can comment
now.
on these chairs. This is the room where people gather to admire this pile of bones that, for some reason, rotates with me.
Doom's right.
Everything kind of has a rhythm in this game, like even your footsteps. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, hello.
They keep getting quicker and quicker. That's why they call them jump scares.
Hey, there's a fan. That's racking up your fucking power bill, dude. Hello? Can I answer your phone?
Yes, hello.
Wow.
I'd like to order a pizza.
Hello.
Hello?
Yes, hi, hello.
Are you talking with me?
Hi.
Hi. Is this gonna go anywhere?
Hello.
Look at the fan.
Look at the fan.
Hi.
Yo, somebody's fucking power and phone bill is going off the hooks right now. Room 78, or is that a 0? I can't tell. It was an 8.
No, it's 7.
Or was it a 0?
Oh,
God,
look,
you know what I
another locked
hate?
door.
Geology class, one of the things they want you to do is like, has a salty taste to the rock. Like, you want me to stick my tongue on this rock and tell you if it's salty.
Yes.
It's a rock. They're all salty.
Oh.
Fucking,
Like
okay.
you're salty.
Note to self, if you always go left, it's always locked.
Think about how many people have tasted that rock in particular.
Oh shit, am I gonna fight the dark version of myself? Dark Jamal.
Mmm,
Donk.
rock gypsum.
Donk.
Doink.
Ding.
Donk.
Donk. What does this mean? Donk. What do the donks and dings mean? Does that mean I'm doing something wrong? Donk. Does
Go
she got
through
a
the
donk?
dings.
I don't know where the dings are. I'm getting his donks.
Dunks!
You want
Ding.
the dings. It's process of elimination.
Dong. Oh, I can't go backwards. Okay. I guess
They
I just
lost
keep...
Wood's phone.
Anytime you get a dong, it goes back to the first room that you were in.
Fuck. Ding.
It's literally Lost
Dog.
Woods, Jamal.
Wait, if it's the Lost Woods, hold on.
It's actually a pretty good analogy. This is what Lost Woods.
theme.
I mean, that's one thing I thought about it. I mean, cause I haven't played the game, but I looked to the right and I see corridors that are foggy that he's running through.
Ding. Ding.
That's basically what Lost Woods are.
Donk.
So don't you just follow the music
Ding.
in the Lost Woods?
Yeah. Well, you follow the music, and then also the fact that, I'm trying to focus on the dings and dongs.
You're fine, take your time.
You follow the music, and then also if you don't, like if the next area starts loading in the specific corridors.
Jamal,
Yes.
it's okay.
I know,
Okay.
it's frustrating, isn't it, to watch someone
There you
play
go.
something.
Fuck.
So you know it's left and then it's right.
Stop lecturing me! Alright, so it's
fingering me.
left,
It's not forward.
right. Let's do another
There you go.
right. Fuck.
So left, right, right.
It's up, down, left, right.
Fuck.
Did you do it?
Yeah, you got
Nope.
it.
I know
No,
that.
look at that.
You're a loser.
I need to turn off the music now. It's distracting. Makes me want to.
I'm gonna play some.
All right, so it's
Wow.
left,
Right.
right.
Anytime you get a doink, it takes you back to the beginning. So it's
Look-
gonna be.
look for
as
doinks,
soon
don't
as
look
you
for
get a
dinks.
doink-
I know you've told me this before. Fuck. You don't need to lecture me, man.
Okay. Jamal, look for the Amish doinks.
I don't want to look for the Amish doinks.
What you need.
I got another doink. Oh shit! I found the doink. I did it. Follow the doinks. Believe in the doinks,
Doinks?
that believe in me. That believe in you.
The doinks are your.
The
Yeah,
doinks.
you don't want the
Amish doinks.
I'm gonna kill myself tonight. Don't worry, guys.
Why would
Playing
we
some
worry?
Overwatch. Oh.
Playing some Evolve.
I'm sorry.
Why are you so adamant against that?
What do you mean adamant?
Because it was a bad game at
I
launch.
guess I'll follow the Black Mesa tradition and go down.
I mean, so was, you know. What's your favorite game?
Overwatch.
Wow.
Oh,
I mean,
wait,
not WoW isn't
yeah,
like WoW,
World
but like
Warcraft,
WoW
yeah.
isn't like.
Wow, yeah. World of
mean-
Warcraft was a bad game.
It wasn't though. It was a, it
World
was a
of
great.
Warcraft was a pioneer.
amazing.
It was a
Yeah, it
phenomenal game.
It wasn't a
I
pioneer,
found
it
something
was just
today
the
to
first.
satisfy my unromantic thirst. I awoke today from a brief faint.
I could go
and
into
found
reasons
before
for
me
why.
a bottle of red wine, vinegar. I am not
Vinegar.
sure what brand or year, for there is no label. All I gather is that it tastes strongly metallic.
Now I know why you why your type was getting vinegar.
Needs to satisfy. Oh shit. Okay. Hello, you're back.
Follow you again?
Obviously, I have to go this way.
No, you just said in the fucking news. I just
Sorry, I
queued
don't-
straight in the comp. I'm a
I
fucking
don't. I
idiot.
don't. I don't recognize the Mountain Dew.
Oh boy, I
piles.
gotta take a shit too. It's not good.
you
gotta
gotta,
take your pants,
you gotta
you
stay
make-
here. Just let it scare
no.
the shit out of
Why
you.
is there a chair up there?
No, I'll be back in a minute.
Dude's gonna poop himself before I do. It's very nice of the developers to allow the sprint to not to wear out as fast as it normally does. Whenever I'm
What,
stepping in the Mountain Dew.
stick? Yeah.
Hardcore parkour. Room 99. Room 100. Oh, look, another save point. Is it still following me? Oh no, the music stopped. Is that Nicolas Cage?
Is it?
Better ingredients, better pasta. That's the power of Home Depot.
What?
Better ingredients, better pasta, Papa John's. Keep a little pep in your step. These fucking cutesy motivational pictures make me happy. And also Home Depot.
Yeah, we.
I have to wait for the elevator. Oh, this whole thing's an elevator. Okay. Okay, that explains it. I thought for a second there was just like a poop-covered elevator. The whole room is a poop-covered
Yeah,
elevator.
that's the.
That's the spirit.
That exactly what you should think when you walk into a brown room.
Yeah.
That it's
This
poop
room's
covered.
filled with so much poop. There's even a little bit of some green poop. See, look, it's coffee. It makes you shit. I'm so sad I can't interact with all these candles. I want to play Amnesia. Is there something following me? Because I want to explore this big empty room. Look, a
Fun
chair.
fact, everyone. That animation where it shows a close-up of the door opening up is a reference to Resident Evil 2.
You know, I was actually thinking that. If I
Yeah.
volunteer to make music for a project and then they make it a ... is an announcement I just saw in a group. Okay, that's dumb. I thought that was gonna lead to something funny. It didn't. Why are there swastikas on the wall? I like this shrine in Breath of the Wild. It opened new doors. So Terry, when are you gonna read us the thing?
I don't know. I'm biding my time, you know.
You just
I want it to
Don't
mean something.
You want it to mean something. Does this mean anything
Yeah.
to you? This is fucking Picasso's interpretation of Goatsy. Oh look, it's raining in this room, I think. Either that or I'm losing reception. If you tell, it's actually a QR code. Somebody quickly scan it. How do I do anything with these locked doors? There's no fucking keys.
You don't do anything with them.
You don't? Oh, look, a note. Snarkle Push is giving me one weirdly animated emote. That's creepy. This was such a surprise that there would only be another entry. Another actual entry. One I could admire. But then, as suddenly as it came, it left. And now you're oh, I thought this said disabled. And now you disband. Your influence and inspiration will never leave me. Kinda looks like half of a butt cheek there on the coffee stand on the left-hand corner. Aw, thanks for the robot, Terry. You're just making all these things pile up behind me. Oh, there it goes. See ya.
You need to make a screaming thing for that.
There was such a surprise that there would be another entry. Wait, what? I don't want to be disabled. Oh, fuck. Okay, that actually gave me shivers.
What?
A jump scare.
I don't want to be disabled. Thanks for the kappa, Terry. You're making my revenue tab go nice. I heard something. Something blew up in another room. Somebody's blowing up the bathroom. I need to check to see if they're okay. You're just going through all the emotes now, aren't you?
Oh, thanks for the little birthday cake. It's so cute.
There it goes. Oh, it's gonna sit on my shoulder like a parrot now. Oh, but
I got 10 bits from that ad.
Nice. Give me
So what's gonna kill you this time?
I can afford a copy. There's so many dead people. Why do I hear Mario 64 music?
I didn't know that they stayed behind you.
Oh
That's gonna
shit,
give me
I'm about to learn the
motivation
Sun
to make
song.
more.
I'm about to learn the Sun song, guys. Where's the undeads? Or the redeads, rather.
Dun, 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 dun. Also, that
Did I just
cheer
walk
just
in the
keeps
fucking-
coming on in the middle of the screen.
I know, it's because Terry's spamming it. I just walked in the Metroid, I think. Is this the mother brain? Okay. You just piled a bunch of emotes behind. There's one in the lower left-hand corner that keeps going.
I like the little cupcake there.
Look at the one that keeps going like.
Yeah, I see it.
It's so creepy. It's so smooth.
Oh wow.
Oh,
that's terrible.
That's freaky. That's even spookier than the actual game.
Watch ads with me. Grim Hood.
Oh, hey,
What?
he's back, but he's not playing music this time. How inconsiderate of him. Hello.
Can I go to different streams and watch ads on their stream and then bring them?
I think so, actually.
Why am I following the Angry Joe show?
4 hours is how long I'm gonna play this game for.
No, I can't.
What if I just drifts around corners? Oh, hello.
Coming, get you.
Now there's music playing. I'm guessing this is the... I keep looking over at my OBS window and seeing the guy go, and it freaks me out because I think I'm seeing something moving in the game, but it's not. Oh, there's flesh. Oh, velociraptors. Are those fetuses? God.
Maybe.
This game just went from fucking 0 to 100 right now. Subject 5 is growing more and more restless. I told Spook we needed more funds for sedatives. But she just laughed and flew into the ceiling. Without more chemicals to keep these things docile, I'm not sure how much longer we can keep them here safely. Sincerely, generic lab assistant. Alright, I guess I'll take this debit card. I'll give myself bits with it.
Although they don't mind being subscribed to a Twitch streamer.
Shut up.
Oh, this door's locked. Hello, that's a unique texture in the roof. Is there something up there? Or is this just the ceiling anus I keep hearing about? Is that a
Or
note?
why would something be up there?
I believe
Well,
subject 5 is loose. The glass around its container is shattered, and I can faintly hear clicking coming from the ceiling. I don't know what it will happen now. If it is out and alive, then it'll probably be my last report. The clicking is getting louder now. Sincerely, generic lab assistant. Oh, hello.
Wants
Please
to
don't be
touch your
locked.
butt.
There we go. I don't want that thing to touch my butt. It's gonna crawl inside of my butt.
Oh, that's
Oh, hello. That's actually kind of freaky.
What, the spider?
Yeah. Like, I don't have
Okay.
arachnophobia or anything, but, like, if Noob was here, he'd be pooping.
It's a centipede.
Oh, shit, there's gonna be 2 of them, I think. Nope, just the one. His friend. Oh, shit, I got damaged. Ah! Oh, hello. You know, there's one very specific reason I wanted to play this game.
What?
I'll explain to it whenever I see it. Oh, shit. I love this generic room. It's got more catwalks than Half-Life.
Woo!
Fuck, it's actually kind of creepy hearing the clicks
I got,
behind me.
I got spooked by one of the jump scares. God damn it!
It's kind of creepy hearing the clicking coming from behind me. There's no more holes in the
Man.
ceiling. Oh no, an actual
I feel like I'm
spider!
an- I feel like
Ah!
I'm an entire minute behind you.
Why?
Just,
Just
I don't know,
delay?
I'm hearing. Yeah. But now I'm good.
What's up, Wise? Welcome to Spookfest Day 2.
Dead toll.
I'll go
Dead
this
tuna.
one. Cat. I thought this said cat bus. Cat DOS. Oh, look at that. It's so cute. Oh, I can interact with this. Specimen 5. That's the one that's fucking me in the ass. Type active. Total fatalities 160. Oh shit. Oh, that's not the fucking spider.
Method unknown. A creature found inside the church of a small town. Subjects are lost after contact with the specimen. Current method of killing is unknown. Proved extremely effective against subjects with mental issues and weak wills. That's me.
What about the other ones?
Oh, look at that. That's cute. Type docile. Total fatalities 4. How can heart attack? A cardboard
Aw.
cutout figure that springs out from the walls. Proved not very effective against healthy subjects. That's so cute, though.
Yeah.
I thought that said eat DOS. Eat some DOS.
Well, that's
Total
specimen 2.
fatalities 43. Infectious bites. Test assessment being developed at GL Labs to prove more useful
Test
when
assessment.
released.
Hey, it's this one. Oh, I thought that said anal tearing.
Mostly semi-solid base specter that frequently changes matter states. Does that mean it doesn't matter?
For very effective
Oh.
against weaker and slower subjects. I can't run. Oh, this one looks like generic. Oh, I loved how I heard the music loop. 14th century spirit that was contained and relocated here. Blah 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 blah. When do I get to the wait, modify house layout. Error. Okay. 404'd it, guys. We gave it the hug of death.
Oof.
When do I get to see the part where Spooky takes her clothes off?
Never.
But I
That's
want
room 5000.
room 5000. I have a goal. I'm gonna do 10 generations of this game.
Is there somebody following me?
Not somebody.
Shit, this reminds
Oh.
me of Half-Life. Fucking MC Escher. I seriously feel like I'm playing Ocarina of Time with this room. I'm gonna learn the Sun Song, guys. I made that joke already. So Kappa is sarcasm, but what do I put at the end of my puns? I don't know. Do Kappa HD. Or, actually, no, I'm gonna make this an emote, you use that. Oh, good. Another this room. But it's okay. They're growing weed in there. Oh, look. Couches so we can observe the weed. This building layout makes no sense. Is that a fork? Or is it somebody doing, like, the devil horns? Can't tell. What the fuck? Are these fucking pictures of streamers or something that play this?
Looks like it.
Who
Yeah,
is that?
those are
I
streamers who
recognize
got
that
scared.
face. Who is
Yeah,
that?
they got scared while playing the game, and that's the faces they made.
Who is that? I recognize that face, but I don't know who it is. This one kind of looks like Fruit. Fruit and me had a child.
Eh. Fruit with a child, yeah.
And Fruit with my child.
Fruit with you as a child.
I want to see more pictures of guys that got spooked from this. Oh, there's no more catwalks. Oh, cool, another saving room.
Hey, Jamal, guess what?
What? Oh, are we gonna start reading it now?
Oh, no. I just subscribed to you.
Oh, thank you, Snarklepus. Thanks for the subscription. Oh god, you made all the... You ruined the emote pile!
Oh, no, what did I do?
Oh, now you put the Craigasm face in the corner, so he's always like...
Oh, my God.
More like a tree and die coming this fall.
Wow.
Oh, does that mean it's gonna animate and go... Oh... Hang in there. Thanks for the sub, Terry. I appreciate it. I love it when
Just
my friends
remind me
give me
to-
free money.
Cancel my free account.
Oh no. I can't wait for a month later. Fuck you, Jamal. I wasted $100 just to subscribe to you so you get $2.50.
Well, there's no money on my card anyways.
Oh, I'm gonna overdraft you and I'm gonna
failed.
feel sad.
No, it's a Money Network card. It'll
Oh, okay.
bounce.
So I'm just gonna ruin your credit score. Nice to know.
No, it doesn't ruin your credit score. It just won't go through.
Oh, okay.
It'll cancel it on its own.
I like
Fuck
this
it,
room.
better.
It's shaped like an E. I like this room. It's shaped like a Tetris piece. I like this room. It's a rectangle. I like this room. It's whenever I vape too much. Oh, there's no... Okay, there we go. Donk.
How do I watch
Dang.
more than one ad every fucking...
Ding. Donk.
Oh god, here we fucking
Dang.
go again.
Ding. Ding. Dang. Oh, fuck. I was hoping I would just have to keep going left. Alright, so it's 3 lefts and a right. Yeah! 3 lefts and a right. Thank you for the 5. Oh. Thanks for the 5 O's, Terry.
Is it not going to drop any of them? Oh, wait.
It does, but there's a
There
delay.
they go. Oh, God.
Oh, am I finally at the school section? I love Outlast 2.
Outlast 2.
Alright, now if I remember correctly... Fuck, it's logged.
Oh yeah, when do you play Outlast 2?
I
Never.
did kind of last year. I played the open beta thing.
Played Outlast 1.
I walked into a Japanese school. I'm a Japanese schoolgirl.
Kawaii?
Kawaii!
That was...
Kawaii?
Kawaii!
Okay.
Oh shit, okay. I can see dead children. I see them everywhere. What time is it? I can't read analog clocks. I'm such a fucking... Ah, that's the reason I played the... Oh, fuck. God damn it, I just want to make a contract. Fuck. Yeah, it's cute.
Contract?
Did you not know about this, Grim?
Your contract.
I just want to make...
It is QB!
I told you! Oh, fuck, I'm getting damaged. Fucking, I want to become a magical girl. Came to class today. I hope she made it home okay. She's dead.
She got bored.
Yeah. I didn't know Spooky was a Madoka fan. So that's the whole reason I wanted to play this tonight, just so I can make a shitty joke. But I'm gonna keep playing, I guess. Oh look, another note. I really hate how I have to hold up the flashlight like this. Could it really be true? I thought the fairy tales about the ghost that eats children who sneak in after class but was just trying to keep us from disobeying. Master Eye is still missing. Master Onion is still missing. He's gone.
Oh.
He made a contract, and now he's fighting witches.
That's...
Oh shit, I didn't know we dropped school. Okay. Locked. Locked. I watched 3 episodes of that show because of you. Yeah, you should probably watch the rest of it, because after episode 3, it becomes heart-wrenching, and you need to torture yourself.
Wait, 3 episodes? Then he did see the heart-wrenching, like the big pivotal moment.
Yeah, but there's more heart-wrenching. You can't deny that.
Yeah, I can't deny it. It gets more heart-wrenching. And it's worse when you know the full story and then rewatch it and see all the subtle things.
Yeah. Also,
then you're
these
like,
lockers
oh.
are reminding me of when I used to get shoved into lockers.
Dude, all my lockers at my school were far too small.
Oh, look. Doom. But it's anime. Oh, hello. I just wanted to comment on your lovely wall art. What the fuck's wrong with you?
He drew it. That's Ebony Darkness Way.
Ebony
Yeah,
Darkness
it's Ebony
Way.
Darkness for
That's
Devento
her.
Waven Way.
Look
I
at
say
her
the music
ebony,
is pretty
long
nice.
ebony black
Oh
hair.
shit, okay, she's right behind me. I was gonna turn around and admire her tits.
Japanese ghosts are scary. They're not like American ghosts that can be
Reminds me
reasoned
of
with.
that fucking Grand Theft Auto 5 Easter egg. Whee! Oh shit, there's a jump scare that came up behind me. I was gonna say, why am I not going backwards? What do you mean it didn't work?
He's
You
trying to
nuts?
do something to scare you.
Yeah, I tried to do a couple of mastal.
You gotta post your Master O lores. I really hate the fact that there's an O at the end of it. Oh wait, if we're posting my emote, am I safe? Am I not gonna get fucked in the butt? Yes. I have a hotkey to post 3 of those.
Don't let her bore you, Jamal.
I want her to vor me, that's my sexual fantasy. Ghost vor. Master O vor.
No.
That's my oh shit, okay, hello. I was gonna say that's my $24.99 emote. Good thing I set the render distance up to max so I can tell which one's the chair and which one's not. Oh, just kidding, it's the same fucking room over and over again. I fucking took the wrong turn. I was just talking about how repetitive this is. I made an ass out of myself.
You know what they say about assuming? Oh,
You make an ass out of you and me.
You're gonna die, Jamal.
I'm fine. I got this. Look, I'll do the 360. You're
No,
an
WoW
idiot
says
fucktard with a
WoW,
fetish.
WoW says that you're an idiotic fucktard with a vor fetish. That's true.
Yes.
No.
Also add in the fact that I've... Oh shit, he's right behind me.
You're gonna touch your buns.
I don't want him to touch my buns. It's a good thing this is the exact same room, copy and pasted from the last room. Otherwise I would have got lost.
Oh!
JPEG.
Lost. JPEG. It's a good thing my
Yeah.
health regenerates after the fucking next room over and over again. Hello.
We just want more
I
bits.
love how
Why can't I watch
this is just the same room over and over again. The next 500 rooms are the same room over and over again. And I get to hear bum ba da bum bum ba da bum 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 bum. Oh wait, I forgot about the part that goes whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One of these rooms, Terry will start reading us a bedtime story.
200.
200. We're at 107
I'll
right
even
now.
go open up the tab. Here we go.
Now I need you to die at 199.
Am I going to start from the beginning, or am I going to start from chapter 4?
I'll start from the beginning to get the full effect.
Okay. I can do that.
I'll let you know when we get to exactly 200. This stream needs some spice in it. Yeah, this is so much fun. Oh shit, I took a wrong turn.
Yeah, this
But it's
game is
okay.
depressing.
He stopped following me. Kinda want some Mountain Dew after I see all this green. Look at that side of the room. I wonder if I'm gonna end up there. I wanna end up there. Okay, that does not lead to... Oh shit, hello. Welcome back. Long-time viewer, I see. You gotta keep them coming back. That's what gets you the partnership on Twitch.
No.
I'm not even gonna sprint during this one. I didn't even sprint during that one. It's the thing that's following me is just Waz. When are you gonna play more Sims? Oh shit, he's attacking me.
We're never gonna get Sims.
Ah! Room 200 incoming. Here we go. 360. Whee!
No.
See what inspirational posters I get. You can do it.
I-
You can help. Papa
I-
John's. Oh wait, it's even
Oh,
named
man.
John. It's perfect. It's was. Keep that blood pumping. We got
Alright.
elevator music for this part.
I got something better.
Oh, perfect. Elevator fan fiction, my favorite.
Elevator My Immortal.
My immortal
Okay.
House of Jump Scares. Oh shit, they got a nice wallpaper going on in here. Looks like my grandma's living room.
Let's get this nice and
Wasn't I
close.
just in this room? Oh hey, you're back and you're faster now than ever.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Testing, 2, 3, 1. 23 is number 1.
Alright. We ready?
Yes.
No.
Oh shit, he's still following me.
I forgot you were even still here.
I just joined back for a second because I was finished with the game.
Man, I want to
Author's
admire
note.
these boilers. Stop following me, Waz.
I'm going to make my own my own note here. When Ebony Darkness Dementia Raven Way says fangs, it's actually thanks. So when I say something like, this is an author's note, special fangs, get it, cause I'm gothic, to my GF, ew, not in that way,
Hey, Derek,
Raven.
Before you start for real,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say that if I start reading something in the game or doing something, I will interrupt.
Oh yeah, no, let me know if you need me to stop.
I will just not be rude. But I haven't.
No, yeah, no, just like if you need me to stop, just let me know.
The darkness. Oh wait, hold on.
I will like to
Let me,
take breaks in between here to get bits so I can shower you and
Shower me in Twitch emotes.
hey, wait, hang on. Before I start, I can watch another ad. Let me cool
Well, I'm
down.
gonna read this thing real quick.
Go ahead.
The darkness is slowly consuming us now. I don't think that our rituals will appease it much longer. How are
Is it
we
been
supposed to know this would happen?
Is it cutting out for you too?
Did that cut out for you guys?
Yes.
I was doing the echoey effect. Does that doesn't cut out in the stream, does it?
Oh!
No, it doesn't.
As long as the stream gets the perfect quality, that's fine.
More like you're going to get a fine.
Oh, it's broken. The door's broken. The
Door
door's
stuck?
also broken. Door stuck. Please.
Please. I beg you.
It's not real. Oh wait, shit.
It's not really our fault. We just did what Mother has told us to do in this sort of situation.
And it's gone.
I love how that cuts out in Discord for whatever reason. Is that like a vagina? Thanks for the 5 Twitch admins, Terry.
I don't know what that means.
It's an emote of a Twitch admin or something like that.
Go
Oh,
through the
Twitch
vagina.
Twitch admin, I don't know.
I thought it was just little anime girls.
Nah, they have a little cog or a wrench.
Mother's not pleased with us, but how were we supposed to know that girl wasn't pure?
Oh, you're in Silent Hill.
I am in Silent Hill.
Are we ready?
I guess so.
All
Which
right.
way would I come?
Special thanks, get it? Because I'm Gothic, to my GF. Ew, not in that way. Raven. Bloody Tears 666 for helping me with the story and spelling. You
This-
rock.
I love how it always
Justin-
specifies duh.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, more dings.
Justin, you're the love of my depressing life. You rock. 2. MCR rocks. Hi. My name is Dementia. No, sorry. Hi.
Dementia.
My name
I have
is
Miss Dementia.
Darkness Dimension Raven Way, and I have long
Oh,
black
hello.
ebony.
Welcome to the stream, Raven Dementia Man. Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Welcome to the stream.
The room is turned into
Ebony
flesh.
Darkness Dementia Raven Way. I have long ebony black hair. That's how I got my name, with purple streaks and
Alright,
red
let's try it
This
tips.
is actually kind of creepy, seeing as how this is the most animated thing in this game.
Yeah, no, they added that one pretty late. I want to look at it.
Oh, it just kicks down the doors.
Get nice and close to it. I want to see it.
Alright. Oh, shit. Okay, that's...
Remember, Jamal, if you die, you start from the
Is
meeting.
it done? Is it over?
No, there's save points. Oh, fuck.
I know.
Jump
No, we're
scares.
looking at a creepy. Oh, jeez, this thing's gross looking.
The Silent Hill monster? Ah!
Yeah.
It's Pyramid Head.
Ah, the screen is turning
without the
into
pyramid.
fucking... We're going through my gynecology visit. My gynecology. What's the
Your
procedure?
vagina
whatever-
visit?
What's the... What's it called whenever
Why,
they shove a
that's what it
hose up your ass? What's that one called?
It's not gynecology.
I know it's not gynecology.
Something.
It's a colonoscopy.
Yeah, this is live footage from my colonoscopy.
What's that little man chasing the camera?
Why is it live?
I have to earn money somehow on Twitch. It was an IRL stream
Uh,
I did. And Waz has left the stream.
Yeah,
that's
too.
fair.
Honestly, I'd probably actually stream my gynecology. God, disgust, I say gynecology. Colonoscopy. I don't know why I have gynecologies on the mind. Oh wait, I know why. Fucking, we'll tab out of this real quick.
You were closing your eyes and you missed a note on that pumpkin back there.
Fuck, I can go back, right?
No.
Nope. If you go back now, you go back to 200.
Fuck. Well, the reason why I
It
have
doesn't
it on my
fucking
mind
matter.
is because I forgot that Fruit bought me Gynophobia to play
What?
during Spookfest.
Oh. God damn that fucking game.
Yeah. Gynophobia, everybody. I have something in my Steam inventory. What is this? Is it a trading card? Oh, it's a trading card for this game. Oh, that looks beautiful. That's spoilers for me, though, so I'm not going to pay attention.
Yeah, right now.
Oh, wait, I gotta go back for that note. Oh, I can't go back. Fuck. I'm gonna miss out on
Nope.
the valuable lore.
The lore of Spooky's House of Jump Scares.
Is the room gonna turn into more anuses? Nope, no more anuses.
No More Heroes sounds like a extension to No More Heroes.
Yeah, it is. This room was a waste of time. I took the scenic route to appreciate my grandmother's wallpaper. Also, I just noticed Rirkus just fucking left.
Yeah.
He got sick of it. He was sick of it.
Sick of your shit, guys. Oh look,
I'm
another
going to the
note.
Gobles team.
I don't think this was wine. Okay. It was actually just rotten ass Bailey's. My favorite. Oh, why is there music? Wait, there's no. Oh shit, okay, that's the reason why there's music.
Oh.
It was piss.
It was pee-pee.
It was piss and shit the whole time.
A piss and shit mixture. That's what the stream
Fixture,
is.
if you will.
This music is very calming. It says, oh shit.
Ah!
What this Japanese ghost to piss on me.
My favorite monster in the
Oh fuck! It goes to the ground. It heard me.
Oh.
It's
I
your
want you to
face,
piss on it.
Oh fuck! I'm almost dead. I don't want you to piss on me. It's Dark Games. Enter these riddles 3 and you can see my pee-pee. Sure thing was.
You're about to fucking die. You have to go back.
Oh cool, I'm at room 250.
You've made it this far.
Hey, just real quick, keep in mind that if you're gonna ever play Evolve, you have to do the tutorial before getting into multiplayer.
I guess I just keep going. I like the fan art of this game of Spooky's face on various Dark Souls portraits. Should I open up the present, guys? Oh wait, there's a fucking...
Yeah, might as well.
Saved. What am I gonna get? What am I?
I mean, this part already
Look
gets
behind
full
you.
up by you,
Oh no!
Thanks, two best friends. Look behind you. Oh, they're so spooky. They're fucking adorable, though. I'm waiting for the room to turn into flesh again.
Oh, it'll be a while.
Here's your present. It's the fucking My Immortal in paperback. Oh, there's a note. I don't know how much longer I can go on. I haven't seen any of my previous notes, so that means either I'm getting somewhere or someone is taking them. I guess
How about this? How about every 50 rooms I read one chapter?
That works.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna skip this whole...
This whole section, so room 300
Well-
will start again.
Well, like, there's this whole... She's describing herself, and it's really long-winded. I guess you haven't heard it.
Just too long, didn't read it.
Alright.
I mean, you could just say fat with black
She's
hair.
not related to Gerard Way. She wishes she was because she thinks he's a major fucking hottie, which makes no sense. He's a
Why would you
vampire.
want to be related to somebody you think is hot? Also, you know
Just
what's really
exactly.
creepy?
Exactly.
I
I'm
just wanna
glad you got
mention,
that.
Like,
She's a
fucking-
witch. She's going to
Right there.
Hogwarts.
This emo keeps
she
disappearing
wears
and coming back, and it's kind of creepy.
she wears gothic clothing. She was walking outside of Hogwarts, and it was snowing and raining, and there was no sun. And she was very happy about it. And perhaps, and that's the first. There's like a fucking huge ass paragraph just that.
Terry, if
That's
I
it.
paid for it and also gave you $1 billion, would you have this entire fan fiction like tattooed on your body? Like,
It wouldn't
It's
fit.
already on my
Oh,
body.
look, the room is turned into flesh.
There's already a live action series on YouTube.
No.
I'm the main character. Speaking of dementia, hello, dementia.
All right, let me just. There's a couple
Gerard
lines
Way,
here.
like My Chemical Romance, yes. My Chemical Romance.
Yes, exactly.
So what Terry's
Hey, Ebony.
reading is a Harry Potter fanfiction for us.
Hey, Ebony! Shouted a voice. I looked up. It was ... Draco Malfoy. What's up, Draco? I asked. Nothing, he said shyly. But then I heard my friends call me, and then I had to go away. And that's the end of chapter 1. We'll pick up on chapter 2 later.
Oh no. Well, we've got another 20. That's more than 20. We have a lot of rooms to go to. I can't do math right now.
That'd be 36.
Yes.
46. 36, yeah.
I've lost the ability to do math. I like how everything changes in this room, like, turns into my colonoscopy with skulls and everything.
There you
except
go.
for
You
the
got it this
wiring.
time.
I did.
Remember the bowl of cereal.
Gynecology.
Fruit's backseating me. Fuck off, Fruit. I'm kidding. Guys, you're about to learn the Sun Song. How many times am I gonna make that joke tonight? You are here in the never-ending game of Tetris.
Oh.
Can I interact with this? No.
Hey guys, what's up?
Ah.
Hello.
Whenever there's music playing in this game, it does not make me feel fine.
What is Jamal going up against here?
Spooky's
The
House
world.
of Jump Scares.
Well, no, I see that. Which floor is he on?
275. Oh look, the phone. Is your phone bill maxed out yet, Spooky?
No, there's not a.
Hello,
the monster's
yes.
not calling me.
Hi!
Okay.
I went right last time. Let's go left this time. Pretty sure it doesn't make a difference though, but
Press save time.
Look at these boilers. I think these are boilers.
Oh, you're fighting. Okay, you're going.
No spoiler. No fucking backseating. Look at that chair over there. Every single time I get in this room, it changes directions. The last time it was facing this way.
Jamal, make a chair like a lost chair with that.
If I could pick up and interact with the chairs, I'd definitely do that. Oh,
Nick,
fuck. I got duped. They changed the room layout.
Nothing. You're imagining things.
You've been bamboozled.
I've been japed. I've
Schmeckledorfed.
been royally japed.
Are you?
That's not even a word.
Are you gonna trust Spooky? Spooky trusts you. Do you trust?
She gave me a
Spooky?
present. She gave me my immortal in hardcover back format.
Spooky loves you.
I mean, I've already made a few jokes about, you know, wanting to fondle her.
Jamal, please. She's a ghost. You couldn't even if you tried.
I would want to, though. I'd become a ghost as well.
Okay, so you're gonna keep. Oh God, you actually are.
Oh
that
no,
fucking...
there's more ceiling buttholes. Oh, the
That's
ceiling
just
buttholes. Oh fuck. Okay, it just teleports to the wall.
Jamal is Randy Stare.
I don't like these ceiling buttholes. They keep pooping out monsters.
That's hot.
I don't want to poop out monsters.
I would. Wait, Jamal, isn't that that theoretical question you gave me about pooping out you every now and again?
I'm gonna raise these monsters like veal.
Yeah, there you
oh
go.
God, he just fucking teleported into the room and fucked the game up.
Maybe that's what Spooky's doing. She's raising the
I want
monsters.
to commit suicide to fondle dead women. Yes. In the afterlife. Pretty sure there's an Electric Six song about that.
Oh yeah, that one. Ghost.
I want to fuck Ghost Children.
Ghost Children. That's my favorite Electric Six song.
Are they technically children if they're ghosts?
Yes.
I mean, think about how old the ghost. How long have they been in ghost form? A few years? Like at least 18
1
years.
year.
That makes it ghost legal.
No, they died when they were 6, Jamal.
Yeah, but how long were they?
Now they're
ghost?
7.
Okay. That's still fine.
I mean, how long do you think it took to build? Oh my God.
Oh my God. Hey, I hit room
17.
300. Oh, there's no motivational picture this time. There's no Papa John's. Keep a little pep in your step. I saw that one.
Oh man, just in time for room 300.
No, please.
Oh.
I need
This
to
is
hear
when it gets
more.
good. This is where Noob actually had to stop playing.
All right, here we go,
I
everybody.
stopped playing 'cause I was bored out of mine.
Oh, hey, Fruit. Chapter 2 of My Immortal. Author's note. Thanks to Bloody Tears 666 for helping me with the chapter.
666.
BTW
This is what
preps
you're reading?
Flamin' my story, okay?
No.
The next day I woke up in my bedroom. It was snowing and raining again. I opened the door of my coffin and drank some blood from a bottle that I had. My coffin was black ebony, and inside it was hot pink velvet with black lace on the ends. I got out of my coffin and took of my
Drank
giant
a bunch of
MCR.
Robitussin.
Sure she did. I got out of my coffin and took
What's that
of
here?
my giant MCR t-shirt, which I used for pajamas.
I want to die.
Oh, look, a note. I think this is my
Okay,
last
go ahead.
note. I'm going to die having never found my escape. But really, that's not true. This place was like my escape. My escape from everything else. In the end, my death is kind of romantic.
Aw.
Spooky
He
ice
drank blood. It's not romantic.
Romantic
It wasn't
man.
blood. It was Robitussin.
Oh,
Why is there a
okay.
bed in here? Oh, fuck. Oh, no! It's Black Velvet Dementia. Is that her name?
No.
Shit.
Instead, I put on a black leather dress, a pentagram necklace, combat boots, and
Alright,
black
now this room is
fishnets
just
on.
obviously fucking Zelda.
What?
It even sounds... This is fucking Ocarina of Time. This is the fucking spirit... Or no, the fucking Shadow Drop.
Jamal, you don't seem to understand what you're getting into.
This is fucking meta as shit. This is fucking Zelda! They just went on Spreader's Resource and plopped it all down. I need to get the lens of
Jamal.
truth, guys.
It's more Zelda than you could ever
Look, the
imagine.
fucking masks are even here. Look, these are
Yeah.
my payday masks.
The masks are here.
Oh, hey, look, it's... Is that supposed to be Cry?
What?
Oh, I got a key.
There's
But just afterwards, he
I don't
came
know, that
running
might
to
be
the
Cry.
river. crying and wailing that his children were being drowned. He dove into the river trying to save his possessions, not his children. The townspeople, bitter and still angry, watching him frantically thrash and dive into the river until he never came back to the surface of the water. I can't pick up the scissors. One day, a strange merchant came to oh, I was supposed to read these in the other order. Okay. He had children, they died.
The end.
It's interesting
that's
how
it.
they're talking about some sort of merchant.
This game just went from 1 to 100 right now, dude. I love this.
Oh,
Shadow
Jamal.
Temple. Where do I get
You
the
don't
hover
know.
boots? Oh shit, I had to
Wrong
go to the
temple.
well first.
Actually, Jamal, I hate to tell you, this is not a reference to Ocarina of Time.
Are you
Yeah, it's
fucking
not.
positive?
Yes.
Jamal, what's on the walls?
Bricks?
What
No,
was?
there's people going like this on the walls.
Hey, Jamal, what's that Majora's Mask?
There's no Majora's Mask.
Never mind. God
Look, a
Things I've
bloody
got.
key.
damn it. Whatever, have fun, Jamal. Fucking have fun with your...
Years later, oh wait, hold on, I'm supposed to read it in this order. Although not what they wanted, the shopkeepers were satisfied. Okay. They did not leave a good star review on Yelp. Years later, the children in the town began to go missing, and there was more children disappearing. People began to find more and more puppets in the forest around the river. These puppets seemed like to look like missing children sometimes. Okay, I think I was supposed to read that in the other. Oh, fuck it. I don't care anymore.
Alright, let me get rid of this. Let me get through this one.
I'll take my time. I'll pace myself.
Instead, I already read that. Black combat boots and fishnets on.
Oh,
I
this
put on
reminds-
4 pairs of earrings in my pierced ears.
Oh,
and
look,
put
it's sound fingers.
and put my hair in kind of a messy.
Okay.
My friend Willow, author's note, Raven, this is you.
Terry, wait.
Oh, is there another one?
Oh, fuck.
Love
Okay.
sound.
Christ.
Oh,
It's the
God.
Happy Mask salesman. He's pissed off. Oh, shit. Hello.
Well, Jamal, good luck.
Oh, look, my eye.
Did
Do
you?
it, do it,
you
do
already
it,
lose?
do it, do it, do it, do it. Puncture
You
my
already
eye
lost,
hole.
didn't you?
I guess I took a wrong turn or I died.
Wow,
Do
you
it.
died fast.
Do it, do it.
How'd you die?
To become a puppet.
I don't know how I died, honestly.
That's the
Ran
reason
into
you
the
see.
mask salesman twice, Grim. He walked into him twice.
Well, at least I can continue. Go on, Terrence.
Alright.
I just have to go through the same room a couple more times, but don't worry.
My friend Willow
It didn't happen.
woke up and then grinned at me. Wait, how about anytime you die? Anytime you die, I read a chapter because you have to catch up.
Yeah.
I guess.
That sounds good.
Wait, actually, why don't you just...
Because that way,
yeah, start off now.
my friend Willow woke up and then grinned at me. She flipped her long, waist-length raven black hair with pink streaks and opened her forest green eyes. She put on her Marilyn Manson t-shirt with a black mini, fishnets, and pointy, high-heeled boots. We put on our makeup, black lipstick with foundation and black eyeliner. OMFG! I saw you talking to Draco Malfoy yesterday, she said excitedly. Yeah, so, I said, blushing. Do you like Draco? She asked as we went out of the Slytherin common room and into the Great Hall. No, I so fucking don't, I shouted. Yeah, right, she exclaimed. Just then, Draco walked up to me. Hi, he said. Hi, I replied flirtily.
Ah.
Wait, question. Did
Something
they ever leave their room?
Yeah, they do.
No,
Guess
I mean
what he said?
during that.
Oh, yeah, they...
No, they
they
just
went
stand in
common room.
T-pose talking to each other.
Never mind.
Hi, he replied. I replied flirtily. Guess what? He said. What? I asked. Well, Good Charlotte are having a concert in Hogsmeade, he told me. Oh my fucking god, I screamed. I love GC. They are my favorite band besides MCR.
I absolutely hate the
Well-
fact that they abbreviate it, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Well,
Like, people do not
dot,
talk
dot,
like
dot,
that.
dot. Do you want to go with me? He asked. I gasped.
Oh, wait, I see what this room is.
That's the end of chapter 2, by the way.
Hold on, I got a meme.
What is meme? I'm confused. What?
I have to meme real quick.
I was just talking about those, and I remember them looking fucking delicious, and I wanted one.
What were they made out of again?
Disgusting, horrible things. I think they picked a wrench out of their teeth at some point.
It's made out of toasted hamburger buns, fish sticks, processed cheese, whole pickles, lard, and ketchup. I just remember, like, when they were biting into it, they fucking...
Had to rip and tear.
Well, no, like, I remember Ed just put a straw into his burger and was drinking it.
Why are you guys still talking about that? Is there something I'm missing here? Like, that's the
There was a
second
GIF
time
post in the general chat.
Oh, I didn't see
Someone
that.
put he put the thing of Double D ripping the disgusting
Shit, I
burger.
forgot about that. Oh my god, I'm so spooked. Oh wait, this is the room where I'm disabled.
Already have your room
Wasn't
disabled.
this room like fucking 100 ago? Or am I just
Yeah.
finally going crazy?
Maybe you're just finally losing your mind.
I mean, Jamal, I hate to tell you, you got about 1,000 more rooms.
I know, and I'm going to make it an entertaining stream. It's still logged.
I was gonna like, oh shit, oh, sorry. No, I'm kidding. I haven't been here, so I wouldn't know. It can be inferred.
I mean, I might have said I had a gynecology at some point.
At one point, I stopped playing Overwatch so I could listen to the story and watch you.
I hate to tell you, Noob, the story doesn't get better, it only gets worse.
What the fuck?
That's what I'm betting on.
I've read of all of My Eternal, and it's fucking miserable.
Why?
Why
Why
did you
is
read
My
that
Immortal?
on your own? Why,
Sorry, My Immortal.
Why on earth would you read that on your own free will?
Because I wanted to know.
Why?
Jamal, when they
Did you
start
want to know
having-
this, Fruit?
Yeah.
The author has a published book.
Oh,
There's one
is
of
it
those.
Twilight?
No.
No, it's the spin-off Harry Potter books. You know, Neil Percy or whatever the hell his name is. Neil Diamond.
Well, Jamal, how come you're not freaking out about those toast things attacking you?
Oh, sorry, I have to overreact to everything. Ah.
You're pretty
Next jump. Come on, man. Next time something pops up, I need you to scream.
I can't do that. My parents are sleeping.
You need to be Pootie Pie.
I already did that in the transition. I can't do it again.
Can you do a Ririk scream for me?
I don't want to do a big screen.
How does Ryuk scream?
Ah.
Okay.
It's like the whisper scream where you're screaming but you're doing.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be.
The Whisper Minecraft scream.
No, it's not.
No, it's the rust scream.
I'll just make a Roblox noise every single time I get scared.
No, I mean the whisper. You know, like the 12-year-old Minecrafter that thinks that they make good content.
Hey! Stop! Stop it!
Stop fingering me.
Oh my God! Oh no! Oh no!
He's
Okay, Jamal,
killing
you have to
me.
keep your eyes on
He's
him.
I have to
killing
keep my
me.
eyes on him.
God, he's killing me.
Yeah, that's how you beat him. You just don't look away from him.
Like fucking SCP. Or
As he looks away from him.
God, Jamal.
How am I supposed to know where I'm going?
It really
Stick a
is
needle
in one
in
ear,
your-
out the other, isn't it?
Stick a needle in your eye.
Just keep. If you're low on health, just keep staring at him.
Literally, it's.
I think I
Yeah,
got
if you get
this.
hit by
I'm
him
fine.
once,
I'm
just look
fine.
at him until your health recharges.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Look, Jamal, you beat that Happy Mask salesman before.
He's not the
Did he
final
him up?
boss of Majora's Mask. If that's what
He
you're
is.
implying.
Oh!
I'm surprised you're not more creeped out by this.
I mean, it is kind of creepy. I will admit
To be fair, there is like 5 of us in this chat room with you.
that. Yeah. Oh fuck. Okay.
Oh,
It's
man.
kind of scary whenever I take damage or something. So what
Yeah,
happens if I, just stare
there
at
when
him? I
Fruit
just
was
regen
playing. He
health?
put his pants a little bit.
Yeah.
Said it
Well,
was-
if you stare at him, he stares back.
No, he just damages me again. You fuckwits.
What? When you're dead?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not dead, but if I just stare at him, he
Well,
just
obviously,
gets bored.
Well, if you keep staring at him, he'll eventually move.
the idea is you're supposed to just touch yourself.
I don't want to touch myself. I don't want to think of that while I'm touching myself.
Just stick a
Bullshit.
needle in your penis.
Just fucking cut it apart.
Just drop it in there. Just drop it in there. Drop the needle in there.
I want you to put it all the way in. I want
Get
you to
my
make
health,
it.
goddammit.
I want you to make it come out your mouth and then sew yourself into a jacket.
If there's one thing you
Sew
do for me,
yourself
if there's not anything else,
Fuck, I
Oh,
keep
come
taking
on.
damage
Son,
from this motherfucker.
I'm your dad.
Knit yourself into a sheet for me.
I need new linen sheets.
Oh shit, is he gonna pop up in the fucking ding room?
I need new linens. Oh.
Ding. Donk. Ding. Ding.
Is he still chasing you?
Donk.
No.
I hope not.
It plays the music, so you know.
Ding. Ding. Ding.
This is like that Undertale game I played before.
Ding. 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 Oh fuck. Ding. Ding. Ding.
Just think, Jamal, by room 800, you have to, like, I think 7 dings in a row.
I want 7 dings. I want to
I
fondle my
kept-
ding ding.
I kept forgetting all the fucking monsters in this game because they kept changing them as time went on. They're fucking Jesus.
They're fucking
Jesus.
Yeah, like the monster on floor 5000 is actually Jesus Christ, and he's floating at you.
And he flies at you in T-pose and goes, I am Lord, yeah, yeah, yeah. I think this is my
No,
last note. I'm going to die. I've fucking read this one already.
Wait, Jamal, what would
He
you
died
do?
twice.
What would you do if Jesus Christ was sitting at the end of your bed just screaming?
You have me imagining just Jesus Christ just fucking staring at me.
And then he.
Why do you touch yourself so much?
I can't help
No,
it.
he's
When
not
I'm
saying
nervous,
Do it
anything.
again, I want to
do that.
watch.
He's not saying anything. He's just screaming. Just
Is it like one long like scream, or does he have to take
yes,
breaks
it's just
like, to
going.
breathe?
He occasionally has to take a breath. He has to take a breather occasionally, but then he just gets right back to it. He's not staring. He's not
How long,
staring
how
at
long can
anything.
he go for? Scream for before he has to take a breath?
He's Jesus, our Lord and Savior. He can do it as long as he fucking wants.
So he could never have to take a breath?
Our God
Is
is
an
an
awesome God. He keeps screaming at
Think of it like this, Terry. Think of it like this. Imagine if he was just sitting at the end of your bed, just he was staring dead ahead, and just.
Oh, I'm picturing it. I just want to know, if he doesn't have to actually breathe, why would he stop to take breaths?
Because he's still human.
For dramatic effect.
Okay, so how long
God's not a human,
you
though.
just told
Jesus
me
is
he
not
could
a
go for as long as he wanted.
Yes, he could.
Okay. Well,
He's got a set of pipes on him.
I wonder if there's a
Fucking
way I
so
can
close.
replace the textures in this game.
If you look down, he also has a really good set of pipe. If you know what I'm saying.
Hey, look at this what I put in Discord.
I mean, he's already screaming.
Apparently, you can be fat and Rust.
What?
Bye, noob.
oh my god. He
Bye,
could
noob.
be a chubby boy.
Actually, I need to see what my character looks like in Rust.
I'm a
God, I
black
hope
guy still, but at least my dick is still pretty big.
I really hope I'm still an Asian chick, honestly.
I need my.
I loaded into
my-
a server and Jamal, can you like mute me for a minute?
Hold on.
Mine needs
Oh,
to be
shit.
at least.
Hold on,
to
wait,
my
wait. This is the game. Okay, fucking. You're gonna have to wait on that sentence, Terry.
No, that's
Why?
fine.
What's going on, Jamal? What's wrong?
I went to go pause the game and found out shit.
Oh yeah,
still happens.
game doesn't pause. By the way, I have to mention that.
Oh, you're fucked. You can't stop Jamal.
I have to wait to hear Terry say something possibly racist.
Oh, it's definitely
No.
racist.
It's just like the people in. It's like a social experiment. You could go in there as a scientist and learn so much about the world.
Dude, you want a real social experiment? Go on a Korean server.
Oh yeah, it's horrible.
West Korean server?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh dude, it's fucking horrible. It's fucking horrible. Oh my god.
The way, like, just let them know you're American and see how that goes.
Wow. Like North Korea? Well, obviously.
No,
not
no,
North Korea.
not
Yeah, North Korea.
Take a look,
why
take a look
wouldn't
at
you?
that.
Oh my god, I don't like the creepy fucking fluid animation monster. Fucking black velvet bamboozle or whatever the hell.
Oh, man.
It's pre-nerf Roadhog.
Yeah.
I am Lord. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, the room isn't turning into sepia tone and flesh, so that's a good sign. Except for now there's more music playing. What music does this one relate to, I wonder? I don't even think anything's happening right now.
Probably not.
They're just playing music now to freak me out. Hey, 357, maybe I'll find a revolver I can shoot myself in the head with.
Heh.
Nope. Oh wait, I can't
we're
wait to
going-
get the room 420.
Yeah.
Oh look, more weed room. Speaking of 420. Oh look, it's the same Twitch streamers over and over again. Fantastic. 361. Oh look, another one of these. Oh, there's a new specimen. Oh, good.
Rick.
Fatalities, 190.
Wait, Jamal, now you have a chance to fucking mute Terry.
Terry, is that thing you wanted to say even still relevant?
No, I mean not really. You know, I mean I'm sure you just let your mind wander. You probably know exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Let's just say the server was not very kind.
Puppet found in floating reservoir where a town once been. Very effective on subjects who disregard or have vision impairments. All right.
So, like, my fucking computer blue screened.
That's fun.
Um,
I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. I am gonna mute myself.
What's on the next page for specimens?
Well, there's a next
don't,
page.
Yeah.
don't spoil it.
I don't know. Also, I
Well,
want
you
to point
missed
out
it.
I've been through 365 rooms. That means if I played this game for a day and done one room, I'd be done for a whole year.
You're done, son.
Well, you might actually beat a game on Spookfest Live.
Wow! This time there isn't a 4-year
only-
gap in between.
You're not even halfway through that though.
Fucking
Well.
stop killing
Yeah.
my excitement.
He's getting there, though. If he keeps up this pace, he might be done by 5 o'clock.
I mean, I've only been streaming for an hour. Hour and a half. Oh,
He's
look, more
nuts.
Tetris. That one kind of looks like a fat dick.
Desuna.
Did somebody just fart? What the fuck? I swear to God, I just heard a very echoed.
Jamal, please.
It wasn't one of those good farts either. It was like one of those, like, I had to check myself farts afterwards.
Oh.
See, it's not like my farts or my burps, which are just god tier.
I mean,
You know
not as
me.
good as Noob anally expressing himself.
There's a lot of horrible things that make God very angry.
So I've been
Anyways.
generally following the principle of sticking to the left. I like this room.
Why
It
is
reminds
that?
me of
Why are
Donkey
you sticking
Kong.
to the left?
I don't know.
You know, Jamal, there's actually a monster that kills you if you go through a left door that
Really?
starts on floor 400.
Really?
Yeah.
Stop spoiling it. That's not fun.
There's also a monster on floor 400 if he kills you if you go through the right door.
Shit. Does
There's
that mean I
also-
just don't go through any more doors?
And you don't know if it kills
Do I
you, the
hear
game
a
just keeps
fucking
going.
helicopter? What the fuck? 380. You know what that means, right? It's the last 20 rooms. That means something spooky's about to happen. Is anybody there?
I don't want to get killed. Jamal, scream for your life. Say that you want to live.
During the development of D&D 2E in the 1980s, Golden Girls served as a template for the ideal adventuring party.
I mean,
Okay.
I don't know, it just drops the fact.
It's kinda
why can't
freaking
I
me
watch
out
more
that
ads?
Now there's, like, officially sound effects in this game. Oh, look, I went back into the Metroid room. It's the Mother
Is
Brain.
Mother Brain still there?
Yeah, Mother Brain's still there.
That's good.
Either that or it's the Evil Concarne room.
What?
You know,
Need to find the stomach.
Yeah, I need to find the stomach and the bear.
What?
Scar.
Evil Con Carne.
Grim and evil.
I missed Evil Concarne. That was a fucking good show. But
Oh,
I'm
God.
very glad that they went with the full series of Grim Adventures. That's so much better.
Grim Adventures of Billy. No.
It's Evil Con Carne.
Roger, I'm pregnant. Really, that's the third time this week.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Fuck off.
Your mom.
Hey.
That's the egg salad. Uncle Frank.
My mom out of that.
Ah,
Somebody help me.
So apparently, Jamal, there's also there's an offshoot for this game called Karamari Hospital.
Yeah, I
yeah,
saw that.
so
Um,
Oh no, another
I'm
note.
actually gonna get to 1,000.
This place
oh,
is
yeah, he
finally
is.
starting to affect me. I've seen enough horror movies to know how to survive a simple ghost or two, but these monsters keep getting faster and stronger, better and harder.
Thank you.
We're doing this? Or we're fucking doing this now?
That's a Kanye West song, right? Haha.
Faster and stronger.
Jamal, have you ever actually heard anyone say that?
No. Hey, look, a phone call.
This might be the one.
You
Banana phone. Hello, yes, hello.
Hello.
It's a good thing I know not to go to the right, because there's just a chair there.
Hello.
Why don't you play Friday at Freddy's house?
Friday nights
go
at
to
Freddy's?
Five Nights at Freddy.
I don't like that Freddy character. He's a real tool.
Why don't you play that one? It's a fun
I don't
game.
like spending the night at Freddy's house. His mom just makes me drink milk over and over
Are you
again.
scared?
No.
Are you scared to play it?
No.
Yeah.
I tried playing all of those games last
so
year and I got a minute of
scared.
playtime on each of them. They're so bad.
Yeah.
You're scared. You're like a little chicken.
Like a little chicken.
I just realized that fucking phone is a reference to Five Nights at Freddy's, isn't it?
Hey,
Yep.
room 400, look at you.
Fuck.
What are you?
Hello?
It sure is.
Hello?
Man, I'm not getting any more motivational pictures. In order to survive this house, I need to keep writing notes. I must do everything a central protagonist would and hope this is one of those stories. Insert obscure horror reference that no one gets and somehow misinterprets. Alright. This is what happened to Carmen Sandiego. Alright,
Is that an obscure horror reference, Jamal?
I mean,
That's a Carmen Sandiego reference.
That was a horror game if you think about it. Remember when she had the power to steal entire continents? Truly a horrifying concept.
Take the whole island of Australia.
They're all dead.
She killed all of them.
It's
fine, though, they were
all convicts.
You guys need to watch ads for bits because I can't be the only one doing it. Kyle,
I don't have time for that kind of.
yeah, how dare you support a friend? A friend.
you just click a button.
I don't have time.
I don't want a backseat game.
Alright, the last couple times I went down, so let's go up. Pretty sure it doesn't make a difference at all, though. You know, the structural integrity of this castle makes no fucking sense.
Come on, Russ, Lord, I want to see what my character looks like.
Guys, 404, room not found. Ha 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 ha. Fuck, which way am I going?
Sorry, that joke made me sneeze.
You're allergic to shitty puns. It's not even a pun.
That wasn't a pun.
I wanted to say joke, but instead I said pun. Hey, Jamal's a fucking retard.
A little bit.
I think he might be. Is he gaining self-awareness?
I think he's just autistic.
It's essentially the same thing. In some countries. Some countries, Jamal would already be.
I like how I'm reading.
happened?
I'm on
no.
Reddit and
It's Lady
someone said
McButt-Tits.
they hate the new fall damage sound. Someone said, well, the fall damage actually sounds like your bones breaking rather than what the old sound was like someone's eating a bag of Pringles.
Wait, for what game?
Rust.
TF2.
Rust?
Oh,
TF2.
TF2, okay. It reminds me of Minecraft when they did that in Minecraft. Speaking of Minecraft, my texture pack is fucked. Watching
Why
ads
is
for
it made
bits
of
get
human
good,
faces?
I spend money on this, honest.
I don't have any money.
I have no money. Please don't jape me. I did not
no.
get japed.
I have money on my PayPal, but I can't use PayPal.
You again?
Guys, don't
Oh,
give
let
me
me.
money. It makes me feel like a shitty friend.
Bullshit.
Well, I mean, I want
Yeah.
to spend like $1 so I can just rain those.
It's
weirdos faces
horse
on.
shit, Jamal.
Oh, look, it's Cube. Hello.
Boo.
Are you lost?
That's right. Magic.
Each place can help those who are lost, but expect
It's a
turmoil
kitty.
more
Oh
than
shit, I missed the joke. I wanted to do room 409.
What?
409.
Formula 409. I can't talk with the cat anymore.
No, please. I want to care about you, but you're making it hard.
Oh, look,
Formula.
more contracts. Is this my soul gem?
Yes.
I
I have
want
worms in
fucking
my
die.
soul gem.
Hey, is that a stand?
Yeah.
A stand.
Why are there worms on the floor?
I don't know.
Because Jamal ate a really
Put on
big.
your
Jamal
mask.
ate a candy bar. He
I
found
don't have
the
a
ground.
mask. Wait, actually, where's my wolf mask? I can put that. Oh, there's a green screen behind me. That's right. All right.
I wish you had that mask from Ruiner that says like die die die.
I wish I had the Dick Valentine mask.
I wish I could die to die. It's like
I'm
20
going-
bucks for that thing.
I'm
It was
gonna
paper
die.
paper.
No, it's $5.
Just keep talking to the kitty. The
I
cute
want
little
to talk to
kitty
the
thing.
kitty.
Talk to the fucking
Oh shit!
cat.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna fucking talk to the cat now.
If it kills you, I have to read another chapter of My Immortal, remember?
I kind of
Don't let it kill you.
How far out in this room can I go? Oh, there's a wall. Okay.
Well, you can see the
This
geometry.
was my favorite part of Luigi's Mansion.
What's Luigi's Mansion?
It's a weird, obscure horror game I've never heard of before. I don't even know why I mentioned it. What does that
Hey,
say?
do you know there's no Mario game?
Threshold of Consciousness. That sounds like my stream, really. Alright.
More like
Anytime
Threshold of
anybody makes-
Unconsciousness because of how boring it
Ooh,
is. Am I right,
my
guys?
bone marrow.
Ooh.
Knowing your shadow can greatly help you, but be ready to see what you'd rather not be.
What I'd rather not be. Oh, look, more flesh room. Too much bone hurting juice. My bones, they hurt.
I can't believe there's a Persona 5 reference in fucking Spooky's House of Jump Scares.
Can you really not believe that?
I don't
Alright,
know.
now
what to
there's new
believe.
music playing. That means there's new some service.
No, this game references Silent Hill. Like that's. I'm not gonna say Silent
Hello.
Hill is pretty
I like
underground because
pentagrams.
It's not.
It's not at all for.
Silent Hill is not fucking underground.
no, it's underground. It's fucking 6 feet under after Konami killed it.
I mean, yeah.
Pull the lever.
Is this art of Five Nights at Freddy's? I can't tell.
What?
Why is that goatsy? Okay.
This reminds me of you and Nikki.
I'm not sure if you realize, Joel, the walls are fucking alive and trying to kill
You Mickey or
Are
you,
they?
me Mickey?
Why are they trying to kill
More
me?
like
The walls are
Yumi
harmless.
making a swastika and ending the stream. The game not breaking.
That was great, and you know it.
I remember Grim. He sat at a desk with a pistol in front of him for 10 minutes and just was thinking.
He was thinking and thinking.
This time, I'm really gonna.
He was thinking of the last thing that would go through his mind. Would it be a bullet or?
I hit the cow.
How are you beating Humaniki? And it clearly wasn't you being.
I like how you
Shut up.
fucking
I
quit
played,
in the last
I
second.
played.
What do you mean there's
I
a save?
played the song.
What do you mean there's a save?
I hung out with my family. That means I beat it.
No,
You,
you
you
didn't.
beat something. It was beat off.
Beat my dick.
Showers this one.
I'm surprised Jamal hasn't been killed by the fucking wall face yet.
I don't think he's seen the wall face yet.
420.
Blaze it.
Snoop Dogg.
What the fuck?
Since you guys aren't listening with audio, I just played. It's the DL Double G, Snoop Dogg for 420.
Also, you saw the face.
I did see the face.
The face is literally everywhere. You can't not see it.
I've seen it a lot already. It doesn't do anything to me. It hasn't done anything to me yet, at least.
Not that face.
No, real face. This real face.
You'll see the face.
I wonder if I can mod textures into this game. I want to replace
Jamal,
everything
when
with
it
Harper's face.
Jamal, when it happens, don't scream.
When it happens, don't scream. What do you mean?
When it happens, don't
When it
scream.
sticks the
No,
tip-
new type. When it happens, don't scream.
Nothing's
No,
gonna
you'll
happen.
know when it happens.
I'm
Just don't
fine.
scream, you.
I've never
assholes.
been scared on Spookfest before.
That's a horse.
Well, that's because you have all these people here talking to you.
That is true. Also, bear back. Music about them.
What is
I mean,
everybody
you'll
doing
be
AFK now?
Well, I gotta go. Sorry, Jamal.
See you guys. Thanks for tuning in. Oh look, the rooms, they stopped.
Ah!
Who is the legit best not pre-recorded? That'd be Andar. Andar has a perfect re.
Yep.
Actually, Jamal, next time you're in one of those fucking... Never mind. Forget it. Forget it. Forget I said anything.
Forget you said anything. I was paying attention anyways, so it's fine.
That's about normal.
I love this room
can't
so
wait to
much.
watch you
This reminds me of
die.
Breath of the Wild.
Bad?
No, the same thing over and over again.
Same difference. I don't think Breath of the Wild is bad, of course. I just think it's shitty.
I think it's repetitive, but it's still fun. Oh, cool. More cat buses.
I mean, if they actually built a game around the engine, I'm sure it'd be a lot.
Next, specimen 7. Type active. Total fatalities 93. Method unknown. Only effective on subjects with past trauma or a history of psychological issues.
Please don't swear.
That's me, obviously. Oh, look, dude. I think that's a enemy from Majora's Mask.
What?
Is that just a head? Total fatalities 0.
That happens on screen.
Take the dead, take to 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 the dead, kicking the dick, kicking the dick.
I'll kick you in the dick.
Kick me in the
Man,
dick.
why does Rust take fucking years to load? Jesus Christ.
You'll find
Jesus
out why
Christ.
soon enough.
You'll find
Bitch
out
ass
why.
Taser. Run, motherfucking Perlman.
What's gonna happen?
What?
So I'm gonna jump
Did-
up and crawl up my anus?
Jamal, I hate to say it. Fuck you. Wait, I didn't hate to say that at all. That felt pretty good.
Woman shot in the head during Las Vegas shooting wakes up from coma and takes her first steps.
Wait, what did you just say?
I'm reading what Grimhood posted in Discord. And so the courier who cheated death in the cemetery outside of Good Springs cheated death once again. And the
Oh,
Mojave
that's fucked
wasteland is
up.
forever changed.
That's
Thanks,
fucked
Grim,
up, dude.
for requesting my morals.
I don't think that's an okay thing to post for that.
That's fine. She lived,
It was
that's
a
what
fuck-
matters.
It was a massacre.
It was a
Gettysburg
Marcy
was a
killing.
massacre.
It was a messy killing.
Oh my fucking god.
It's a Rocky callback. I mean, you can't say that.
That was partially my fault, I'll be honest.
Kicked out.
Yeah, it's fucked up, to be honest. I just want to make my Nazi jokes. That's all I want to do.
Oh, look, more dings.
Well, at least you're being honest.
I gotta get the
Well-
doinks. Donk. Ding.
Noob, if you can make the jokes for me, I'm
Donk.
fine. Hey, I'm still an Asian chicken, Ross.
Doink.
Kind of pissed off about that.
Why?
I'm
Did you
a
think I'd be
Canadian
a-
dude.
Did you think I'd be like a black guy and I'd be shot on sight every time now?
I mean, yeah, you're still the trifecta.
Stop.
I'm invincible.
Stop.
What?
Jamal, we're talking about Rust, and don't even fucking lie about that. You know that that's the exact thing that happens in Rust, and you know it.
Stop. Stop.
Remember that time Noob shot me in the head?
It was pretty funny.
Just kidding, which one?
Remember the time
They
in
were all
DayZ,
nice
that
shots.
was pretty funny. Ding.
Noob, it's not a nice shot when I don't expect it, and you just pull a Glock on me.
Somebody dropped the drone. Shit, he's back. The man dropped his drumsticks. Fuck you. Piece of shit.
It's our nice house we had before our shit got blown up 1,500 times. Sure did have a nice house.
Was sure a nice house.
We should play Rust later, everybody, even Jamal. We can stream
It's
it.
fucking Spookfest, you goddamn
I
loser.
mean, you don't have to play spooky games all the time.
That's kind of the point of Spookfest.
Fuck you,
I'm
Captain
not having a
Fuckboy.
repeat of fucking last year. We're not playing Overwatch a billion times. We're not playing fucking Rust. We're playing spooky games.
Honestly, I think it's about time we had a spook fest where Jamal just played fucking single player games.
That's what I'm doing right now, and you guys are like, "Let's play Rust."
I don't know why you're saying you guys.
Noob.
There's just one degenerate here.
There's just one sad, strange little man.
To be fair, when I was talking with my manager today, we found like a bunch of baby food. Like, I'm like, alright, which one of these fucking degenerates left this year? And she's like, I don't know which one of these fucking degenerates left here. I'm like, oh.
I love using the phrase
Go shit.
degenerates to describe my employees.
I like how
I use headless fuckwits a lot of times.
I forgot that I have fucking closed captions on for your stream. It just says does generates.
It does generates. Guys running around with massive dicks is spooky. Fucking stop with that shit. Motherfucker. Okay. I'm just gonna wait for my health to regen a bit.
Again, if you just stare at him, he can't attack you.
Until he moves and decides, no, fuck you, oh shit.
Well, and for there's only five more days till Mario Odyssey.
What?
I know, I'm excited.
It comes out the 28th.
Comes out the 27th, actually.
Does it?
Yep.
I thought it was the 28th.
I'm going to be sure to stash a copy somewhere in my workplace so I can.
I'm gonna work at the minute release. I'm supposed to pick up then.
This door does not work. Are you fucking kidding me?
Nibby, aren't you excited? I thought you were going to buy Fire Emblem Warriors, though. You said you were so excited for it.
I want the port Hyrule so I can finally play it.
You could play for the 3DS.
Yeah, I have a normal 3DS, not a new 3DS with lag like a motherfucker.
Oh, then you're shit on the luck, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's pretty fun. Again, like I'd love to play it with high fidelity graphics instead of like, you know. The game is fun though. Like especially if you like Zelda. If you haven't played it, if you're a Zelda fan and you haven't played it, you're actually not a Zelda fan.
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot.
This isn't even
Just let him kill you, Jamal. We can get the next chapter out of the way.
I don't know if I want that. Oh fuck, there's not even.
Just get it. Just die real quick.
I gotta say this. The gameplay for this is actually kind of interesting because it makes you fucking literally run backwards to go find your way out of this place.
The rooms are all the same all the time.
Exactly. Yep. It's like Binding of Isaac.
Only bad. I really hate this game.
What?
I hate this fucking game.
Wait, spooky sounds of jump scares?
Yeah.
Aw, come on. I love it.
No, not really.
I'm having fun with this.
What's wrong with Gary?
When was this stupid?
Oh shit, do we have another enemy? Oh, yep, there's Clitoris Woman.
Most women know that?
No, just Clitoris Woman. Black Velvet Clitoris Depression.
Are you just reading fucking chat where I put in hey, massive clits too?
I saw the word clits and it's kind of funny.
God.
Too so much.
Sometimes, Jamal, I don't understand you, and then you just are like, oh, it's actually the most obvious reason ever.
Jamal says something fucking retarded. That one's the one with the fucking table.
I like how Pyramid Head's chasing you, but he took the pyramid off.
Pyramid Head. It's fucking Clitoris Woman. Get it right.
So you mean Cube Woman.
It's weirdly animated Clitoris Woman.
No, it's Cylinder Woman. Cylinder Woman and Pyramid Head.
Can I make a quote about Noob fucking a hippo? I think I did.
No, that's the quote.
Burnt ass.
God damn it.
Room 466.
Yeah.
469. That means there's 469s going on right now.
I mean, do you really want to fight a new fucking horrific monster?
I mean, define fight. Because I don't
I
think
mean,
having a staring contest
like a
is a
bitch.
fight.
Ever wish that you could just like cut all your stomach out?
Sometimes I wish I could wear my intestines like a scarf.
Well, you can, but you can only do it once.
Watch me
It's
down
like
this
that
bottle of
fetish where you have a
bleach.
fetish for having your penis completely mutilated.
You can do it.
I have a
once.
fetish for having a fetish for having a fetish.
$1 million, but
Oh boy, here we go.
Oh great, perfect thing to do.
you have a fetish for having your penis completely mutilated.
It'll only be like one time, they'd be gone.
Exactly.
Would I like have to do it, or would I just be into that?
No, you wouldn't have to do it. You would just, that's like, you know, at a certain point in your life when you're, you know, you've had sex with, you know, up to you.
Dude, I'm getting
And
good
you're
at this.
just
I can
like,
speedrun
dude,
this.
this doesn't work for me anymore. You know, I've done this stuff.
I just want my dick to be cut off.
I want to just mutilate my
No,
dick.
not cut off, just
Oh
mutilated.
fuck, this one's locked.
Like mashed into a paste.
Oh, ow.
Make tomato paste out of my dick.
Yeah, and you personally, like, you want to do it. You know, you want to just completely.
I know you want to do it too.
Would you take the $1 million?
No.
Here on the dance floor.
Terry, that's such an easy fucking question.
Motherfucker.
How
I
about this?
kind of
A
thought it was
million?
the other way around, honestly.
So I have
mean,
a
again,
question. Remember how
It just
whenever
proves
I
that you guys
died-
have. Oh god.
I died to this guy the first
Yeah.
time, and it made that animation of him sticking the needle in my eye.
It'll happen again, yes.
No, I
Yeah.
mean, does every monster have a unique death animation thing?
No.
Yes. Well, the later ones do. Basically, like, think of it like this. Each monster is from a later stage of development of its game.
Oh, right, so
That
this game
first,
is,
like,
ongoing.
slime guy, that was like the
He was
first
The
monster.
Nickelodeon slime guy?
Which is why all of a sudden now you're fighting fucking a 3D Majora's Mask monster and like fucking Pyramid Head guy. Like, again, that's why it's not so much 2D sprites anymore. Like, it gets a lot it's a lot worse.
Oh, look, another note. Well, I still haven't died,
Spooky's House
so
of
it
SCP
appears. I might be the
knockoffs.
protagonist, but I'm not
Oh.
entirely sure. I hope I'm not some side character that leaves notes for pointless exposition. Also, I found a strange computer that gave descriptions of the monsters, and it seems like they are called effective based on how many people they kill. I wonder if those are real-time stats. Oh, wait. I don't have the endless
Did you see the
staircase
picture I
music
put in
anymore.
chat?
Oh, good, more rain room.
What
See
in
the
the
picture?
fuck? That should be an NSFW chat!
What happened?
Look
Why is
at
this
that.
door so much skinnier than normal?
I found a picture from Russ from our old house new.
Oh man, that old house, damn.
That was,
$1 million
Bear
but you
Trap
ship
Mountain.
once every 2 months.
I miss Bear Trap Mountain.
They
What
were
is your,
such a
what
surprise
is your-
that there would be another actual entry. Oh, this is the disabled one.
What does your
That one
character
up
look like?
I'm an
Same
Asian
goes.
chick. I look the same.
Oh, that's weird.
I didn't get shafted like Noob did.
Hey, I'm
No.
not. Never mind. Never mind.
Noob's just a 3 foot tall white guy. It's like in
I'm
real
okay
life.
with that.
Oh, he's an Asian guy.
That's the
No,
reason
Noob's
why
like a
he's so
2 foot.
tiny.
Noob's like Smeagol
Oh,
from
shit.
He's
Lord of the...
Asian.
No.
No, he's like Smeagol from Lord of the
Smeagol's
Rings.
Asian?
Yes. That was implied.
I think the effectiveness of the specimens is also somehow related to the souls of the people they kill somehow.
$1 million
Anyways, I'm
that you have
still
to
alive
ship
and
once
strong,
every
but
2
I
months.
feel like the
I would not
most
take the $1 million.
cute-
Wow, I like to poop.
I hope they're cute. I love how we're talking about hypotheticals about pooping. Why are there tampons falling from the ceiling? This room's unique. Just kidding. This door doesn't actually work. It's not programmed to do that. I did it. Room 500. Halfway there.
Here you are, alive and still here. You just keep on going, don't you?
I like to poop.
The next door is exactly
I do like to poop too.
you keep moving on. Little fleshy live one.
You little fleshy live one. Why can I not move forward? Oh, because there was a cutscene. Saved! Password is cheese! It's out of order. It's out of order. It's out of order. I need to use the restroom! Oh, is this one like a whole elevator now? Guys, I made it to the halfway point of the video game.
Is this even considered a video game?
I just went to room 51. Never mind, guys. We're gone. Well, now I get to go through all of the rooms again.
Yep.
You can see the dread in my face.
I just want you to know, Jamal,
Yes.
there's 2 doors that you can pick at that point.
And I picked the wrong one. Now I gotta go through it
You
all
picked
again.
the wrong one.
Wait, is it actually back?
He's back at 55. Yeah, he
Are
picked the
you
wrong
serious? Like, fucking for real?
door. You picked the wrong door, man.
Are
I
you
don't
fucking
know.
serious? Like, legitimate?
Well, okay. Here's a silver lining, Jamal.
Alright.
You can go back to that pumpkin that you missed.
Pumpkin. What pumpkin? I need to
There was a
trigger the
pumpkin that had a note on it, and you missed the note because
So
you were
now
like
why do I
rubbing
have to
your mouth.
actually go through all of these rooms again? Oh fuck. Oh
You
shit,
missed
he's
the-
back.
You missed the
Fuck
door.
it. Kill me! End my suffering!
No, don't let him kill you.
You know what that means, right?
Oh no, really?
Oh no, really?
Oh god, no, alright, well. Here we go. Author's note. Stop flaming the story, preps, okay? Otherwise, thanks to the Gothic people for the good reviews. Thanks again to Raven. Oh yeah, BTW. I don't own this or the lyrics for Good Charlotte.
You just keep on going, don't you?
On the night of the concert, I put on my black lace-up boots and high heels. Underneath them were ripped red fishnets. That's the end of the sentence. Then I put on a black leather mini dress with all this corset stuff on
Alright,
the
I
back
have a
and front.
question. Does anybody remember which way I went the first time?
I'll let you know if you go the right way this time.
This door doesn't work. Okay, I guess I have to go through the game again. Oh no, room 51!
Yeah, I was just fucking with
I'm so happy.
I put on a matching fishnet on my arms. I straightened my hair and made it all spiky. I felt a little depressed then, so I slit my wrists.
Wait, does it
I
say
read
that?
I felt a little depressed then, so I slit one of my wrists. Sorry, I was wrong. I read a depressing book while I waited for it to stop bleeding and listened to see. I painted my nails. I'm going to read this absolutely verbatim, so if you ever ask, you know, like, if you ever have the thought, did it actually say that, just assume yes.
Assume yes.
I painted my nails black and put on tons of black eyeliner. Then I put on some black lipstick. I didn't put on foundation because I was pale anyway. I drank some human blood, so I was ready to go to the concert.
Ugh.
I went outside. Draco was waiting in front of his flying car. He was wearing a Simple Plan t-shirt. They would play at the show too.
Cannot release
Baggy...
twice. Exit through Express. What?
What up?
The thing erred. I should look around first.
Why are you at room 60?
Oh look. Oh, the game reset.
Oh,
Express tunnel. Do I go back to the main part of the game? Is there something happening behind me? Oh look, room 512.
Wait, I'm confused. Did he reset the game?
This is the Twitch. Yeah,
the game reset.
The speedrunner reset. He wasn't having a good run.
Okay.
He's back at 512.
514. Is that the end of that chapter?
Oh no, no, that one's a very long chapter.
Take your time. I don't want to force. Oh no!
Well, there's just a lot. I don't want to interrupt anything good. I went outside, and Draco was waiting by his flying car. Blah blah blah. He was wearing his Simple Plan t-shirt with baggy black skater pants, black
Wait,
nail
does it
polish.
mention yet what kind of car it was?
It will.
Come on, Jamal. Of course it will.
Sorry.
Black nail polish and a little eyeliner. Author's note, a lot of cool boys were it, okay? Hi, Draco, I said in a depressed voice. Hi, Ebony, he said back. We walked into his flying black Mercedes-Benz. The license plate said 666. And flew to the place with the concert. On the way, we listened excitedly to Good Charlotte and Marilyn Manson. We both smoked cigarettes and drugs. When we got there, we both hopped out of the car.
And drugs. We puffed on his e-cig.
Yeah. We both hopped out of the car. We went to the
Rolled
mosh pit
excitedly
in the
with our
front of the
heelys.
stage and jumped up and down as we listened to Good Charlotte. You come in cold, you're covered in blood. They're all so happy you've arrived. The doctor cuts your cord, hands you to your mom. She set you free into this life, sang Joel. I don't own the lyrics to that song. Joel is so fucking hot, I said to Draco, pointing him out as he sung, filling the club with his amazing voice. Suddenly, Draco looked sad. What's wrong? I asked as we moshed to the music. Then I caught on. Hey, it's okay. I don't like him better than you, in all caps, I said.
Better not.
Really? Asked Draco sensitively as he put his arm around me all protective. Really, I said.
Oh no, ceiling
Besides,
buttholes.
Ceiling buttholes?
Ceiling buttholes. The poop
Oh,
on
he's back.
spiders.
Besides,
really
I don't
unfortunate
even
'cause I have
know
a coughing
Joel.
fit coming on.
Oh, that's alright.
Jamal's coughing on the buttholes.
My Immortal anyway. It's better that you cough over it. I don't even know Joel, and he's going out with Hillary fucking Duff. I hate that little bitch, I said disgustingly, thinking of her ugly blonde face. That night went on really well, and I had a great time, so did Draco. After the concert, we drank some beer and asked Benji and Joel for their autographs and photos with them. We got GC concert tees. Draco and I crawled back into the Mercedes-Benz, but Draco didn't go back to Hogwarts. Instead, he drove the car into...
Nice.
The Forbidden Forest!
Oh yeah, I forgot about that pause.
What was that?
Let me just... Hang on here.
That's probably
Let
going
me
to
just
be a
show you
good
how many...
segment of the stream of just utter silence with my microphone muted in the stream with me having a cough
Bro,
in
look
the
at
lower
it.
corner.
Here, this is how many periods. That's how many. That's how long of a break she wanted to have in between. Drove the car into and the Forbidden Forest. That's the end of the chapter, by the way.
Drove a car into the center of a building. Oh no! I love the utter silence in times. Oh boy, we're
I'm
doink.
just trying to get bits, but it won't let me get bits.
Doink. Doink. Doink.
The silent sound of vaping fills the room.
Doink. You guys want to smoke some doinks?
Some sick doinks, some Amish doinks.
You want to smoke some
Amish
joints?
doinks.
What?
Some Amish doinks.
Someone say smoke some joints?
No, we're
Those
gonna
are
smoke some
drugs
Amish
now.
doinks. Amish doinks.
I don't know what these jokes have been gone today.
Amish doinks.
Okay.
Oh look, catwalk room. I'm running out of things to say about these rooms.
Jamal, make a joke, please.
Oh shit,
Streamer.
there's arcade games. Oh look,
Here's the
Road
fun
Rage.
thing about Spooky's House of Terror bullshit.
This controls so
After
well.
about 500, you kind of run out of shit to talk about.
I mean, it's fine.
Hence
I'm
why I
playing
guess we're
Pac-Man
doing.
right now. I can't control Pac-Man though. Am I even controlling this? Like,
You're controlling Spooky, stupid.
oh shit.
just trying-
Oh, okay. Fuck you, Pac-Man. I win.
I mean,
Yeah, he's dead.
you know the Game Grumps seem to make content terribly. They don't complain.
Hello? Hello?
Hey, you missed chapter 3.
Chapter 3.
Good.
How do I leave this? There we go. Let's
Everybody
play this
knows what's
one.
up.
Oh, I love this game.
Ben's here.
Kill the people, kill the people, kill the people, kill the people, kill the people.
Well, it's supposed to be fucked up. You're supposed to be having like morally ambiguous moments here.
I need to keep my kills satisfying. When does this
You are
one
a
end? I
monster.
just keep stabbing people in their eyes and they keep going. Is there anything else with this one?
No.
Alright. I love the sprite work though. I'm gonna make an AFK screen out of this. Oh, the music's pretty good. Game over. Does that mean something's happening? I just want to play arcade games, goddammit. Oh, spooky card! Yes! Going 120. Yeah. Yeah. I like Sonic Mania.
Yeah.
Am I supposed
What's
to...
that?
Yes.
Alright, I hit a tree. Oh, a building! Yeah! Oh, shit. Oh god, the frame rate.
Wait, is Sonic Mania actually a game they made? I thought that was just a joke.
Fuck, I can't do a 3-point turn. God damn it. Please, help. I think I broke it. I can't leave. I'm forever stuck to this arcade machine.
Good job. You're fucking best, Jamal.
You don't need to tell me what I already know.
You know, Jamal, you might have to reset to 500, which might mean that that's a death.
Nah, there's a time score.
Oh, okay.
But if I lose the game, I die. Oh no! Thanks for the thumbs up, Spooky. Oh, dude, I got a metagamer achievement.
Hello.
What achievement is that?
That's so.
Spooky Inception.
Dude, that's
a
like
wonderful
crazy
description.
meta.
Come to play that more of that. Oh, it's out of order. Damn it! I really wanted to play Galaga.
That's like so meta that you said that.
Oh look,
Dude.
I'm in this room.
This room.
For a while, I thought I had really escaped this place, but despite the trees and flora, I think they did another room. I did, however, find deer, so I might as well get to eat. They make really strange sounds. Oh, I get it. This is the hunter section of the game. Hello. Oh, fuck, they hurt me. Fucking Bambi-ass motherfuckers.
All would kill innocent deer.
I don't know what they are, but those are definitely not deer. I tried sneaking. I like how the person just wrote a letter saying, like, I like deer, and then afterwards, oh, they're not deer. I tried sneaking up on one the other day to kill it for food, but as soon as he saw me, I got close. I barely was able to get away from the thing and managed to board up most of them, but hopefully I can find another way out of here. What's up, Kron?
Kron, go to bed. It's too late for you, please.
Actually, it's like...
This is your father. I'm worried.
It's like 7:30. Oh no, this one's boarded up. Oh, there's an axe. I got an axe. Whoa! Dude, this has become fucking... I can combat them. I need to cut down a tree and make a ladder to get the fuck out of here.
Wish I had a ladder. Who gets that?
I killed it! Yes! Motherfucker, fuck you, Bambi!
Come on,
Yeah,
please.
I killed all the deer. Now they're just two-dimensional sprites. I like playing Minecraft.
I like playing Minecraft.
Join
Minecraft.
Sun... What did that say? Join Sunburn? I don't want to have join Sunburn.
Join Sunburn.
Oh, cool, I get to keep the axe. Fuck this, open it.
Yeah, don't try to kill anything else with it.
Oh. Alright. This
Oh.
one looks
Wait,
like Breath of
you
the Wild
actually
shrines.
kill the game out. Game would be over, wouldn't it?
Oh, hello.
Hey, you're at my favorite boss, or my favorite specimen.
The Ghost Man? Oh, I can hurt
Your
the...
favorite SCP?
Oh,
I mean,
can-
specimen.
I could fucking hurt the cardboard cutouts with it.
Don't kill the cardboard cutouts, dude. What the fuck?
It's locked. Like hell it is. Okay, fuck, it is locked.
Yeah, I like this one just because of the music.
Return the slab.
Jamal is...
Or suffer the consequences.
Wasn't it Suffer My
The
Curse?
man, the Gus, the man and Gus. Ramsey.
King.
King Ramsey.
Ramsey!
The man and Gus, the man and Gus. If I could fucking
The man of
pause
gods.
the game, I would put that on, but I can't.
Jamal, it's the Man of God.
It's not the man of
That's
gods.
just disgusting.
Why are you another tournament?
Oh shit, okay. If I do pause the game, I can actually pause the game. The man in gauze.
Are we actually gonna have this conversation when you already
It is
have
the man of gauze. The man of gauze. The man of gauze.
Why can't you just let me have this? Why?
Oh, I'm gonna consider that a death.
Once.
It's not a
By
death.
the way,
Oh, this one sounds fucking fucked up. Either that or just looping horribly. The man of gauze. The man in gauze. This goes on for 5 minutes, by the way.
And whose fault is that?
It's mine for picking the video that goes on for 5 minutes. I think it's over. Alright, that's not right. We got 53 seconds into it. The man in gauze, the man in gauze. Now it's quiet. Oh no. It's 5:77. Oh great, I get to hear live fruit middies. There's nothing in this room. Ah! The Mountain Dew man is chasing me again. What if there's actually any difference in taking various rooms?
Nope.
And this room is sponsored by Barney the Purple Dinosaur. And Twitch TV.
Hiccups!
Sponsored. I do have hiccups, that means I need to be scared.
Right.
That means donate me a lot of money, it'll spook me. Well, the music stops, that means it's not scary anymore. Seriously, I feel like I'm playing Ocarina of Time right now. I just want to play the Sun song. Oh no, ceiling buttholes. You know what that means? I've got crabs! Oh no. Oh, is there two of them? Fuck. Oh shit. This game's not very cinematic. Oh fuck, okay, that's cinematic.
Oh.
Oh no. And room 600! Whee! Pillar, make a tree and die. Coming this fall. Keep that blood pumping. I really wish there was more motivational pictures to keep me from motivating from playing this game. We're going down more, boys!
Shit, what up?
Oh shit, what up?
Calm down.
I can't ask any of these guys questions. Wait, can I hurt the couches? Fuck.
You have an axe? Where the fuck did you get an axe?
I got an axe! Borrowed it off of Jason.
Didn't know you got a weapon in this fucking game. Can you fight
Maybe I
back?
should have played it more. No, but I massacred a bunch of deer.
Is Jamal dead yet?
Nope. The best chapter of my Immortal is.
You want me to die?
Does he seem to think that he can beat it with his axe?
And my axe.
I don't know. I've never seen the death animation for that one.
Wait, which one is he at? I can't remember.
The man and Goss. The man and Goss.
I don't think it's a monster in this.
There's the King Ramsey.
Ram.
The Ram.
You're
Oh,
at
it's
607. So you've already fucking encountered Spooky Deer Man.
Yeah, Spooky Deer Man.
Yeah.
That's the man and Goss.
And his violin music.
Oh shit, I'm in the sewer level.
You're gonna meet the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Nice. I hope they have pizza. I'm very hungry. This old place is somehow even worse than the new GL Labs. What does GL stand for? Great Labias. Although it seems to be constructed with much larger budget than the new lab, nothing works quite right. I can see why it was abandoned so quickly. But there's anything else in the room 7? Oh god, that was fucking perfect time to actually kind of make me startle.
Actually, Jamal, GL is the JL Shearer Labs.
It's JL or GL, not JL. Oh, I can't jump, that's right.
Jambu.
Jamba Juice.
Java.
Jamba Juice.
Is this where I get to see aliens?
Columns.
The Allens are attacking. facility is quite odd. Some of the equipment doesn't seem quite right, as almost if it was designed for people without hands. I'm also not sure if it's just faulty electronics, but the power keeps flatulating and making weird noises from the air ducts. The lab has gas.
Ramsey. Gosh. Why are you like a spaceship at?
Because it's spooky as house of jump scares. I thought you played this game, you fucking wiener.
I didn't play live until I got bored.
Oh shit, I'm in an air duct now.
You got
Fucking
I got bored
half-life
after
now.
20.
I got bored after like I think 300.
I'm not being judgmental towards this.
I mean, you should be.
Dude, we didn't get bored. We just had to play other things.
Spooky
But
just said that there were things we needed to salvage from this place. I'm starting not
We need
to
to
worry.
kill
We
those
used a specimen that included the list of things for us to retrieve. The power just shut off again. Is everything broken in here? It's like my fucking job.
Would you
Sexy
work for a person that was named Spooky?
Yeah. I don't know what to do. I can't think well. I feel strange. I'm hiding from that thing. I feel like something's growing on my skin. I can't seem to tear it off fast enough. I'm losing a lot of blood. I gotta turn the power back on, guys. Hello. You have to keep it close. It becomes something else when it gets too far away. Something I can't outrun.
So, is this Dead Space?
Oh, hello, Pac-Man. Oh, shit. What the fuck?
Not quite.
Oh, fuck. It's more clitoris heads.
Dead Space is actually dead as well because they killed the fucking developers.
Fucking clitoris.
Honestly, the concept of Dead Space is scary though.
Yeah.
I want creepy clitoris fish to go away. Oh shit, maggots! I'm infested! Fucking Christ. I'm covered in maggots!
Get rid of
Also,
them.
How do I get rid of them?
Isn't there?
Get rid of them.
Jamal has maggots in his pee-pee.
There's maggots in my diaper. Oh no.
That's not what. Never mind.
Oh, that's what you said. Oh fuck, this
So
is
you're
low.
pooping maggots?
I'm shitting maggots all over the place. Oh fuck. I need to raise them as veal.
No!
Oh fuck, I might die. Jamal's penis
Did
is
you
a maggot.
address me as Sir Lord Jamal?
Oh no. Fuck. This might be it. No, I died. Binary. Binary. There's binary everywhere. Oh no!
Well, please. Take a
Soul
breather.
wanders an endless maze. I suck.
All right, here we go, everybody.
The best chapter.
Author's note.
Oh look, Nicolas Cage.
I said, stop flaming, okay? Ebony's name is Eneby, not Mary Sue, okay? Draco is so in love with her that he is acting different. They knew each other before, okay? Draco, I shouted. What the fuck do you think you are doing? Draco
He's
didn't
nuts.
answer, but he stopped the flying car and he walked out of it. I walked out of it too, curiously. What the fucking hell? I asked angrily. Ebony? He asked. What? I snapped. Draco leaned in extra close, and I looked into his gothic red eyes. He was wearing color contacts, which revealed so much depressing sorrow and evilness, and then suddenly I didn't feel mad anymore. And then, suddenly, as I, Draco kissed me passionately. Draco climbed on top of me, and we started to make out keenly against a tree. He took off my top, and I took out his clothes. I even took off my bra. Then he put his thingy in my you-know-what, and we did it for the first time. Oh, 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 I screamed. I was beginning to get an orgasm.
I'm beginning to get one.
We started to kiss everywhere,
You're
and my
making
pale
cum leak
body
from the
became
ceilings.
all warm. What?
You're making cum leak from the ceilings.
Yeah. And then... What the hell are you doing, you motherfuckers? It was...
Me. Oh shit,
Wait a second.
Metroid.
Ellipses, remember?
Oh shit, I could destroy Matrix, or Metroid, not the Matrix. Oh,
Peter
fuck,
Griffin.
Okay, I died. Great, we get the next chapter too. Did not expect that to happen.
Why, Jamal?
I didn't expect that to happen.
Dumbledore!
Who?
Alright, note to
I
self
thought it was
destroy
Peter
Could you
the
repeat
mother
that, Terry?
brain
I didn't hear it.
kills me.
Dumbledore!
Just check. Terry, what do you think about killing the man-things? What's your opinion on it?
I think the man-things need to die.
Die? Die or die?
Just die.
I think the man-things need to die.
Just checking, because I don't know. I've been getting this feeling where not many people agree with that, honestly. That's been...
I think everyone should agree with that, to be honest.
So,
Anyone doesn't
am I
needs to
reading the
die.
next chapter, or do you want me to
Yes.
save that?
No, go ahead and read it.
No.
I died.
Okay, well...
You
Here we
sure
go.
you don't want to save it?
Sure. Alright, chapter 6, everybody.
Dimbledang decided to
No.
scream.
Dingledore.
No,
Dangledore.
chapter 5, sorry.
Dangledorf.
Author's note. Stop flaming! If you flam, it means you're a prep or a pusser. Pusser.
Posser.
The only reason Dumbledore swore is cause he had a headache, okay? And
Headache.
on
Come
top
on, Jamal.
of
You had a
God, we
headache,
haven't
Jamal.
got.
he
We haven't
was
gotten
mad
this far,
at
I
them
suppose
for
that-
having sex. P.S. I'm not updating until I get 5 good
Enough likes.
reviews.
Ravames.
I
is
just
pronounced.
realized that I never had a
Five-
mentor
five
figure,
good
trial or
Raphaels?
leaving home scene. That means this story isn't following the archetypes to make me a traditional hero, which means I can be killed off. Well, it's nice for a little while at least. What is that
What?
word supposed to be? Reviews?
He's reading a note.
Oh, I thought this was more My Immortal. I'm kind of disappointed, actually.
I'm not reading My Immortal. I'm playing the
Alright.
video
Yeah,
game.
you should. I think you'd like it.
Here's the start of the next chapter. Dumbledore made and Draco and I follow him. This is so difficult to read. He kept shouting at us angrily. Like that's real. Dumbledore and Dumbledore.
Dumbledore,
Dumbledore.
more like Dumbledore.
I want someone to make John Freeman in this. I gotta be honest. I want that to happen.
Dumbledore made and Draco and I follow him. He
Dinkle
kept
Stumble.
shouting at us angrily. You ludicrous fools! He shouted. I started to cry tears of blood down my pallid face. Draco comforted me. When he went back to the castle, Dumbledore, he took us to
Dumbledore.
Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall, who
McGonagall.
were both looking very angry.
That's a horrible name. Is that one of her names that you made?
That's actually a real name from
It's fucking
That's
stupid.
an actual Harry Potter character, you idiot.
Fucking stupid name. It's like
They
someone
were
fucking
having
slammed their head on the
sexu-
keyboard.
Gosh. They were having sexual intercourse in the Forbidden Forest, he yelled in a furious voice. Why did you do such a thing, you
Wait,
mediocre
wait.
dunces?
Was that who said that? Was that Snape?
No,
Okay.
that was Dimple.
Okay, so this is not. She doesn't do anything. So here we go. Snape says, not Snape.
You gotta
Dumbledore
say it
says,
like Alan Rickman.
I can't. Dumbledore says, they were having sexual intercourse in the Forbidden Forest. And
It's a
then
good
Professor
Yelp
McGonagall says, "Why did you do such a thing, you mediocre
idiot.
dunces? You mediocre
Medicinal.
dunces!
Medicinal dunces.
How dare you!" I can't even do fucking. Demanded Professor Snape. And then
Are you
Draco
what?
shrieked, "Because I love her!" Everyone went quiet. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall still looked mad, but Professor Snape said,
Hey, way to go get some in. And he gave Draco Malfoy a noogie.
"Fine, very well, you may go to your room." Draco and I went upstairs while the teachers glared at us. "Are you okay, Ebony?" Draco asked me gently.
Wasn't it Enemy?
"Yeah, I guess," I lied.
Right,
I went
so
to the
if
girls'
cannot
dorm and
access
brushed
this
my teeth
question.
and my hair and changed into my
Good to know we get another
low
chapter.
cut black floor length and red lace around it and black high heels when I came out.
Wait, what?
I don't know.
Jamal, you just fall into a butthole?
I
She's
fell
just
into a
wearing high
butthole.
heels.
Let me. Oh,
Terry,
did you end it?
he just died again.
Oh.
Another one, let's go.
How am I
Nine
supposed to
balls,
do
beers
this
the
one?
wall,
These guys
nine
are
balls of
fucking
beer.
bullshit.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me try that sentence again. I went to the girls' dorm and brushed my teeth and my hair and changed in low-cut black floor-length dress with red lace all around it and black
On a
high
side note,
heels
I
when
really
I
do
came
not
out.
like the Harry Potter fandom. It's the worst. You know, before we fucking, I'm getting a drink.
Let me finish this. Hang on. Draco was standing in front of the bathroom, and he started to sing "I Just Want to Live" by Good Charlotte. I was so flattered, even though he wasn't supposed to be there. We hugged and kissed. After that, we said goodnight, and he reluctantly went back into his room. That's the end of that chapter.
Thanks. I hated it.
And then next one because he just died again. So let's go. Let's go.
Stop dying, Jamal.
I'm sorry.
There's 11 of these. All right.
Someone tells me we're gonna be hitting.
Chapters?
He starts again.
Oh no.
Chapter 6.
Wait, no, Terry. Let me go.
Chapter 42. Thump.
Start reading
thump.
Bad Creepypasta is next.
Okay. Well. Author's note. I can't pronounce this. It's some like Cthulhu-esque.
Okay, I'm not doing that again. Fuck that.
Preps, okay? P.S. I will not update until you give me good reviews.
What?
Here's the update. The next day, I woke up in my coffin. I put on a black mini skirt that was all ripped around the end and a matching top with red skulls all over it and high-heeled boots that were black. I put on 2 pairs of skull earrings and 2 crosses in my ears. I spray painted my hair with purple. That's it.
Spray painted.
That was
Painted
the only
purple.
chapter? That was the part of the chapter?
No. That's
Okay.
there's a chapter
That's the
here,
inner
but I
monologue.
spray painted my hair with purple. That's a sentence. In the Great Hall, I ate some.
I ate some spray paint.
In the Great Hall, I ate some Count Chocula cereal with blood instead of milk, and a glass of red blood. Suddenly, someone
Red
bumped
blood.
into. All the blood spilled all over my top. Bastard! I shuddered angrily. I regretted saying it when I looked up because I was looking into the pale white face of a gothic boy with spiky black hair and with red streaks in it. He was wearing so much eyeliner that I was going down his face, and he was wearing black lipstick. Yeah. He didn't have glasses. Oh no. He didn't have glasses anymore.
I have a
and
question.
now what?
I have a question. Do I have to be a stroke victim to fucking read, like, or write like Harry Potter fanfiction?
Nope.
Is that it seems like it.
You don't need to know
You have to have a
Harry
stroke
Potter.
to write any fan
You have to
fiction in
keep
the
it
first
close.
place.
It becomes something else when it gets too far away.
Are you back? Are you back to where you were before?
Yes.
Okay, should I stop for a little bit?
No, if you want to keep going, although if you could give me a pro tip on how to get past this section, that'd be
Okay,
appreciated.
Jamal, it's
All right,
it's
I'll-
just like
go
the
ahead.
fucking Necromorphs theme Dead Space 2. You have to stay relatively like medium distance. If you outrun it, it turns into the maggot, and then it's like.
So
chases
I
you
have to
down.
like hang out with this guy.
You have to
Yeah.
keep within range of it.
Alright, so this guy's literally just a clitoris. I know I've been
That's
passing the
not
word
it.
around
What?
clitoris around. That's a fucking vagina right there. It's a
I
vagina.
feel like
with
close
teeth.
and different things.
Jamal, if that's what you think a vagina looks like, we need to have a chat.
I mean, what have you been fucking? Oh wait. It's fucked up.
Remember, don't stay too close. Be like medium range. Like at least like 1 car length.
Like
Don't
like
worry, I
you're,
got
like you're
it.
kiting like you're kiting something.
He doesn't play games where
Look,
kiting
look,
is a thing.
No, I mean he does.
Read the note, you twat. It explains it all.
6.
Says Kron.
you
Okay,
slash
this
it-
is the first time I saw this character. I thought it was just maggots that were my problem.
You are a maggot.
Jamal, you can't say that on stream. Nucky did that once and he got like banned.
Yeah, I got banned.
Wait, who's Donkey?
Some fucking news.
Young.
I heard he's some sort of fuckboy who made bad Flash animations.
Oh god.
Apparently, one of my friends actually knew Donkey when he went to fucking middle school because they both went to middle school down in fucking Wisconsin. Apparently, Donkey's from Wisconsin.
What's his
I'm
real
gonna
name?
continue this chapter.
Which is
Jason
weird
Marsden.
because,
I'm sorry, Jamal, but you did die again.
No, it's
fuck
fine.
you,
Keep
Jamal,
going.
I do
I
not like you
insist.
because you are black.
He didn't have glasses anymore, and now.
Wait, Draco Malfoy doesn't wear
Contact
glasses.
Okay.
What?
What was that? Oh, there
Huh?
it is. Now, try to a little bit of deduction here, Jamal.
I like to imagine I'm just fucking moonwalking away from this.
Jamal.
He didn't have glasses anymore, and he was wearing contact glasses, just like Draco's. And there was a scar on his. There was no scar on his
it's
forehead
Harry
anymore.
Potter.
He had a
Wait,
manly
hold on. I
stubble on his
have a
chin.
question.
Uh huh.
So, this fictional MILF Harry Potter character,
Middle.
Ebony
She's not a
Blackheart Twat,
Jamal, hang on. Could
caused Harry Potter to
Hang,
lose his-
Jamal,
He's no
can
longer
you
the
tell
boy
me
who
what
lived.
MILF stands for, please?
Mother I love fucking.
Okay.
Close enough, yes, yeah.
Where does that come into play?
I don't know. This is the first thing that came to mind. Harry
Jamal doesn't
Potter.
know words, he just says things, remember.
Okay,
He's
continue.
looking at his other monitor with like 6 tabs of MILF porn.
He's looking at his other monitor with like a dictionary up. Disestablishmentarianism.
But he fucked up what MILF means. He fucked up MILF, and that's like...
What does MILF actually
Fucking
stand for?
Terry. Mother I like the fuck?
Oh.
Mother, I like fucking.
Wait,
that's what
Jamal.
it is.
Okay, yeah, Mother I
Jamal,
like
what was your question about my immortal?
So this fictional character fucks Draco Malfoy and causes Harry Potter to grow a beard and lose his scar. Is that like the turning
No.
point?
Asking questions.
No, this is just
Just the thing that's
this is
going
just
on?
stuff. This is just something. He's going through his emo phase. Let's just say that at 17.
Alright.
He's going
Hey.
through his emo phase at 17. All right.
Jamal's
There was no
very
scar on his
fucking
forehead
self-explanatory.
anymore.
He just
He
listened to
had
me.
a manly stubble on his chin. He had a sexy English accent.
He grew out
He
his
looked
pubes.
exactly. He looked exactly like Joel Madden,
Oh no.
the lead singer of Good Charlotte. Just if you were wondering.
John, he
think.
looked just like John Madden.
John
John
Madden.
Madden.
He looked
John
just
Madden.
like John Madden.
Hey,
He was
hey,
so sexy
hey.
that my body
Football.
went all hot when I saw him, kind of like an erection. Only I'm a girl, so I didn't get one. You sicko.
What?
Praise to what?
Oh shit, it hit me.
Is the fucking did the stupidity hit you or just everything else?
Dude, don't be a pervert. Stop asking if girls have
Let me please, God, just let me get through the fucking chapter. I'm so sorry, he said in a shy voice. That's all right. What's your name? I questioned. My name is Harry Potter. Although most people call me.
Call me
no.
Call me what?
I forgot about this.
Hey, don't worry about it.
Forgot about this, and he's a reoccurring character after this. Keep that in mind.
Was
My
did you
name-
forget
my
about
name-
It's repressed.
Shh, wait.
My name's Harry Potter. Although most people call me vampire these days. He grumbled.
No! No! Is this turning into a fucking Twilight fanfiction as well?
Why? I exclaimed. Because I
Twilight
love the
before
taste
Twilight.
of human blood, he giggled.
I want to vomit.
Jamal, he giggled. Why aren't you giggling?
Well, I'm a vampire, I confess.
Oh shit.
Really? He whimpered. Yeah, I
Roared.
roared. Why are you roaring?
What?
Yeah.
We
You
sat
have,
down.
you have to read that the way they said that. Sound that.
Rawr.
Okay, well, I gotta try to be quiet because I don't want to wake other people up. Why? Because I love the taste of human blood. Well, I am a vampire. Really? Yeah!
That's so bad.
this fanfiction's getting me a rock hard.
All right, here's the
Fucking
last little
quesadilla
bit.
from
Hang
hell
on.
is starting
We
to-
sat.
Call me a
We sat
two-pump
down.
chump because I'm getting hyped.
We sat down and talked for a while.
Stop, I'm
Then
getting a
Draco
boner.
came up behind me and told me he had a surprise for me, so I went away with him. That's
Stop
the end.
fingering me.
Jamal, if you fucking die again,
I kind of want to force it. So I
I'm
wanna
gonna
hear what
fucking
happens
kill
next.
myself.
Jamal, you don't want to force this. You don't understand what you're getting into.
Jamal, you know how long
I'll wait until I
you
get
have
to
to
the
go back
next
to your game?
checkpoint.
Jamal, my immortal is a lot longer than you'd think it would be.
I mean, we're gotten through how many chapters? 7 out of 11.
We just no. That was chapter 6 that we just read. We're on chapter
We're
7.
halfway there.
Theoretically.
Hey, the fucking chapters we're reading are lining up with the rooms I'm in.
Jamal, why won't you just accept that you're going to die here?
I don't want to die
Oh
here. I
my
want to beat the
fucking
game. I want to go to bed at some point tonight.
Jamal, Terry's gonna cry.
He's
I don't mind
already
you skipping
crying.
ahead, you're like, please.
We give you money,
Listen,
Jamal.
I
you
want to
owe
at
it.
least hear the entirety of this story before the stream ends.
You don't.
We can't give the viewers blue balls.
Jamal, you really don't want to hear it all. It's horrible.
I want to hear it all. I need to.
Terry, on a scale from 1 to how much worse does it get?
Noob, do you understand?
I don't like the Miley laugh.
Why don't you people fucking get it?
It's like your response is losing your shit.
Like, listen, I've read this whole fucking story. I
Why?
can tell you.
Why have you read it?
Because I wanted to know.
Benny says I gave viewers blue balls last year. It's tradition. No, I mean like a very sexual blue balls. People need to hear that. There's people edging themselves on to this story. Waz hasn't said anything since we started reading this story. So either Waz fell asleep because it's so boring, my stream's so boring, or he's just sitting there like, just finish the story, damn it!
Terry, you fucking know what you have to hype up, right?
Kron's already Creed.
Terry, you owe them to hype up the part I just mentioned.
I don't like where this is going.
Oh, you forgot. You forgot, didn't you? You thought there was a god, but that you were wrong.
It's been so long since I've read this shit, I fucking forgot about that.
Oh, you don't. You just don't fucking get it.
I'm
do you,
really
Terry?
concerned about this laughter.
You don't, Jamal. I'm sorry.
What
I
are you
guess
sorry
there's just no
about?
hope for you.
I want to hear it.
You don't want to know, Jamal.
Listen,
I
if
just.
you don't tell it during the stream, I'm gonna have to, while the stream's over, like during the hold on screens, I'm gonna have to go back and read this.
That's your fucking problem.
I actually want to hear this, I'm gonna be
Oh,
honest.
it's a good thing I
I'm
got into
mildly
the
interested.
habit of turning around and looking at the
Look at this.
page.
When I met.
I'm
When,
invested.
when
It's
Terry
like a
doesn't
train wreck,
remember-
you can't look away.
Motherfucker.
Just get to the next save point before you... Please.
Wait, is the next chapter that bad?
Well, I mean, Terry said we already went through the best chapter.
No, I was lying.
Because
So
I put
hard.
Every
Mine.
chapter is the
Oh!
best chapter.
For Jamal, at this point, every chapter is the best chapter. It really fucking is. Oh god. Jamal, you need to die so I can make
I'm
Kron
not
come
dying
here.
fucking 50 rooms in. We're waiting at least till 700.
But Kron can't come until we get to the rest.
Kron, just pinch it off right now.
He needs to
Pinch it off.
finish.
Ow!
Oh, hey, I can watch another ad.
Cork it up. That shit.
Cork that shit up.
You're
Cork
gonna
that
fucking
shit
shoot
on
it
up.
off like a thing of champagne.
No, you can $1 million butt, Kron. You have $1 million, but you have a fetish where you want to mutilate your penis.
I like how as soon as you say mutilate your penis, I just hear like a crashing sound effect and one of the cardboard cutouts came out.
For some reason, $1 million translates to $92 million.
Yeah, $92 million if you cut your dick off. Just once, though.
How did Puppet Man not get you there?
I don't know, but that was pretty MLG clutch.
Oh my god, I can string them!
Puppet Man's gonna fuck you!
Oh no.
He's gonna stick his big old needle in your eye.
I don't want that needle in my. Oh fuck! This door's locked. Oh fuck! Okay, there he is. I've got shivers. I've got shivers. I've got timbers. Shiver me timbers.
Who the fuck is Steve Balboni?
Who?
Who isn't Steve Balboni?
He's Rocky Balboa's like second cousin or something. Steve Balboni. Fuck out of here. Fuck.
I like that you can string together ads to get 5 bits at a time, but it's the exact same fucking ad over again.
Yeah, isn't it great?
Oh my god, you are
you
so
wanna know
close.
what's creepy?
Fuck me.
Yeah, I'm so close.
What's really creepy is my phone, like, my home screen coming on, but nothing being
Fuck
there.
me.
Jamal, how the fuck are you alive?
I don't know. Oh god, I got to the next room and he still damaged me. That's bullshit. I want a fucking refund on this game. I don't like this. Whenever I'm like low health, I get really fucking nervous.
Hey.
I'm just edging myself off. Oh.
I should not be alive right now. Okay, you didn't come with this room.
Alright, be right back.
Adios. Be sure to leave my stream some nice reviews. Revoys.
Or so you want to stream again?
Yeah, never again. Spookfest 2017 is dead. Knit your coming to a sweater.
How? You.
Oh wait, I gotta do something real quick. That is drink my beer.
That's you put your come in a cum box so you can like fuel it up.
Oh yeah, you can just stick your foot in the shoe box like it's a shoe. The cum boot.
Combat boots.
The way Granny used to.
It's like the episode of SpongeBob where he cried, where he
His sweater, but
made
instead it's jizz.
No, he jizzed out his sweater.
I love that episode of SpongeBob. It's my favorite one, actually. The man and gods, the man and gods. King Ramsey.
Ramsey.
Mean man.
Please nothing pop out. I need to refill my vape. Thank you. The man and gods, the man and gods.
I have a $60 gift card to Steam and I don't want to use it on.
Buy Rust skins.
No.
Maybe you should use it to buy points towards Wait, why do you have a Steam gift card?
So I traded in my old phone for $80 today, and I don't really want to spend anything on Best Buy, so I just threw it into a Steam gift card because Steam sale is going to be happening in a few days.
Man, I can't wait to show Jamal to everyone. I can't wait to show Jamal's stream to everyone wearing a salmon suit.
That's right. Male, go take a fucking walk or something.
I kind of need to take a restroom break, but I'm going to power through it.
No, go ahead and take a pee.
The man
You
God.
sure you want me to go take a pee?
Wait, Walking Dead premiered again today?
I guess so.
What
As
the
you
hell
can
is
see,
Walking
I'm
Dead?
so thrilled about it. You know what, I am gonna
Walking-
actually take that rain check on the urination breaks.
Well, you might want to wait until you get to the nose zone, because I think you stand still too long, you die, and this check in like a
What's the
safe zone.
pause menu? If it does, I'll
Could
come
you
back
please,
and
noob?
whip myself.
No, could you please?
Shut the fuck up, you stupid motherfucker.
Sorry, Jesus.
I will kill you.
You know, noob, I try to be nice to you sometimes, but I feel like it's not worth it.
I'm gonna kill myself, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Could you make a SpongeBob noise for me?
Bleh.
The
Oh,
one where
thank
he's-
you. Now I can come.
The one where he screams. I like the SpongeBob noise he makes when he
Hey.
breaks a man in two.
A ship it. A shiny ship.
Why don't you two boys take me into the back room and split me open like a pineapple?
That's good. You.
What?
Fritz at the end.
You're gonna wake your mom up.
What about you, Gron?
I mean, let me open like a.
Hey Terry, you find any
I just wanna
shinies?
That
No, just the
fucking
one.
Terry saying "split me open like a pineapple" made me piss everywhere. I could not stop laughing.
You think you pissed in the shower, right?
Yeah. No, I just stand in front of the toilet and piss my pants.
Split me open like a pint.
I started hearing noises come from the game, like I was afraid something was gonna get me while the game was paused.
Imagine if someone killed you and it was like, and you fucking just pissed yourself like everywhere.
I mean, I probably would have. Like, if somebody were to donate me like a large amount of bits and it made the scream noise, I probably would have like shit my pants while I'm pissing.
God, I wish I could.
It's like $100 to do that.
I'll just have to settle for this instead.
Settle for what instead, Terrence?
Am I allowed to walk down the street for a minute?
Go for it. I don't care. You weren't really providing much of anything whenever you were playing Overwatch. Alright, now I need to...
I'll have you know that's correct, and I kind of want to, but I don't know if I actually want to get back. I don't know if I actually want to start playing Pokemon Go again.
Thanks for all of the things, Terry. Now they're all gonna go like this behind me.
Jesus.
Also, I played some audio for Room 666. I'm so glad that once every couple of seconds they're all gonna go.
They can make sounds.
Wait, what sound?
I didn't hear 100 screams, Jamal. Where is it?
What?
I didn't hear 40 screams, Jamal. I was expecting 40 screams.
It just
There's
makes
no
a-
sound for the pennies.
Yeah, for those one, it makes a Left 4 Dead UI sound. How much? How many are these? Is it like 25? Oh fuck! Hello. There you go. You got your jump scare.
Well, no, people know.
I love this room so much because it just reminds me I'm disabled over and over again.
You certainly
Thanks
are,
for the
Jamal.
5 face palms, Terry.
You
You're making them
certainly are,
overload. So glad this doesn't max out my RAM anymore. Oh shit. I feel so bad whenever I cut up the cardboard cutouts.
Maybe don't cut them up then.
Oh my god, I can just continuously watch ads now. Been
Oh
down
shit,
for so long.
fucking clitoris mouth is back.
Well, please. It has a
Glitch
name.
Noobs, thanks for like the 10 clitoris mouths. Oh shit, those things are back. Fuck. This time it's really clitoris mouth.
Please, Jamal. We're all adults here. It's clitoris face.
I don't want to call him clitoris face, that seems a bit more rude.
Did you just assume it's gender?
Yes. I assumed
Okay,
it was
good.
a mouth instead of a face, I'm sorry.
You assumed a lot of things.
I mean, I'm just assuming that's its mouth because that's where it would eat me from.
Eat me.
I'm just a little quesadilla in the world of love.
Eat me!
Witness me! I just look over at the fucking webcam and I just see them all go.
Buenos dias, Jamal.
Buenos dias, Monday.
Buenos dias.
The man in
Buenos-
college. The man in college.
Buenos dias, Jamal.
Crown was so happy for watching your stream that he went and played fucking Rocket League.
And not like me, I'm supporting Jamal and playing a video game at the same time.
Spookfest is a very important time of the year. I need the viewership from everybody in order to make a profit. I'm still here, you cunt. So important, he skipped it before. Fuck off. At least I'm not living up to last year. We just played Overwatch over and over again.
I mean, that was back when we actually played Overwatch.
Yeah, it was.
I do miss those days.
I don't.
Do you?
I actually liked Overwatch. But I understand why we don't do it anymore. Because Jamal said he'd hit me if I ever played it again.
I beat you with an extension cord. Get it right.
He said he'd whip me like my mama used to do. And I said, but Jamal, I don't have parents.
I love this music.
I said the man of gods. And Jamal said, you piece of
I
shit.
am Lord.
How dare you."
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to get the South Park games and stream those, but that's for after spookies.
And then you can wait, have you reached 200 followers yet?
No, I'm actually at like 180, I think.
You know, Brutal Legend's a pretty spooky game.
I mean, it is actually. There's a lot of skulls and monsters in it. What I'm saying is, Jamal, you should play PT.
It's on
I
my
have PT.
to-do list.
You know, you could have sold that for like several $1,000s, right?
I love looking over at the webcam and just seeing them all go. It's fucking funny because like his head stays still, but his arms move.
Oh my god, I might actually beat the Skaven campaign tonight.
I
Holy
like how you
shit.
basically just piled a bunch of fucking overused Twitch emotes behind me.
Can someone put in some dead babies? How do I fucking...
I don't think there is a dead baby cheering emote.
We'll see. How do I... Terry, how do I watch ads for bids?
Go down to the send a message thing and click on the little Illuminati triangle.
Am I gonna get bits?
Yeah, you click get bits, and then at the top it'll be watch an ad bits.
Something's wrong. We can't load an ad right now. What?
Do you have ad block?
Yeah, that'll happen. It
I have
was
ad block
going on
on.
like that for me for a while.
Right, I have ad block on. I should turn that off.
That might actually. I don't know. I don't have ad block on, and it
Fucking
was.
up my ad revenue.
Yeah, you actually ads. No,
Jamal, you're making
Prime
those
users.
gross
No,
noises.
we don't get a free subscribe to you. We don't have ads.
I just realized I
for
never
this.
had a mentor fee. I read this one already. The notes aren't even original anymore.
What the fuck? What the fuck did you say about me, a little bitch?
I graduated top of my class.
I actually didn't.
Thank you, Terry, for the... I don't even know how many of those are. 10 mans.
I have to interact with the ad in order to get bits. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
Yeah.
I like how I have an axe that was used for one segment.
I never knew what war would be like until I played Call of Duty World at War World War II game.
New game plus.
Hey, actually, it's actually not bad. I'll be honest. It looks and everything. I actually might end up buying it. I don't know.
Well, at least you're
Day
being
2.
honest about
wait,
it.
Wait, what? Day 2? There's more than fucking... He said he was here for days. Food supply
I've
depleted,
interacted
water
with
supply
the
at
ad already.
30%, morale is low. I'm sick with cholera.
I don't know if I keep getting actions. I'm gonna keep watching these fucking.
Dude, I've already interacted with the ad. Give me my fucking bits, please.
It's a list there for a second.
If it's the World War II one, it's sometimes it just isn't.
On top of, but if you don't mind me asking, it's your nose. If I just
How
keep
much-
hitting watch now, do I keep getting another 5? Is that how it works?
I mean, sometimes you just...
Sometimes it'll let you
ask
chain it
Farkas.
together.
He's the man that knows everything about them.
Well, it didn't let me do it to begin with, but then I waited like an hour, and now it's letting me just chain them over and over
Can
and
I
over
not
again.
have an interactive ad, please?
Nope. It's the only ad you get.
Just the World War II one?
Good, I'm about
Let
to
it wait.
walk
Just
into a
fucking
steak
click
and
on it.
shake.
Eventually,
Oh
it's
shit,
just
okay, it really is
look
a
away.
steak and shake. Okay.
Eventually, it'll say, "Hey, you
Oh,
fucking
yes, I'd like
suck
a
dick
number
now."
5,
I'm
please.
just in a stupid... I'm at the watch store trailer, meet your allies, and meet your
Guys,
squad.
wait a minute.
Just sit there.
Man, why is the fucking kid room locked? I want to hang out at Chuck E. Cheese, man.
Jamal, if you want to die, you can.
There's nothing to die to except for excessive red meat. Oh, I'm gonna go into the ladies' room and perv out. Oh man, somebody's on their period. Oh, it's broken. What's happening down there?
You're
You
mature,
okay
Jamal,
there,
please.
pal? That's a really fucking... Ew. Ew. Toilet's green. I want to know what happened in there. Well, I broke one rule today. The management doesn't give out actual lunch breaks, so I can't go anywhere, and they won't allow outside food here. I mean, they actually screamed at the last customer who did that, Anyway, I had a burger. It wasn't bad. I don't feel sick, so I might get a few every now and then. I like Burger King. Oh, I gotta check out the men's
I
room,
hate
too.
burgers.
Oh,
They're
the
made
men's
for
room's
freaks.
broken.
They're made of dead cow meat. I don't like killing animals to eat. That's
I
disgusting.
was
and
anxious
fucked
about
up.
getting a job here at first. Oh, I read these notes out of order. Fuck me. But it seems like things are getting better. This chain is really expanding, which is a shock because just last week I heard this company is going broke. Every day, more and more people show up and eat here. Something still sets me off about this place. Its food is good, though.
Oh, it's Five Nights at Freddy's. Okay, yeah, I see.
Great. That's a pizza place, though. This is a fucking burger restaurant.
Ah, I found a hidden. Come on.
Today was a weird day. The average number of orders continue to rise as it's been.
Oh, hey, a different ad.
Hey Jamal,
The exact same
have a whole
meals.
bunch of foxes.
Oh no. Thanks for donating me 20 of your Fursonas, noob. They're showering upon me. I did a really good job modifying the jar so it all piles up behind me.
What the fuck is a muxie?
I don't know.
That-
I looked up hidden cheer motes, and that's what the only one that's a thing.
Wait, I got a key. Where does that key go to? Please tell me it heads to the children's room. It might, yes.
Man, the elves really want to take back their fucking island.
Guys, I
Jesus.
get to play in the thing. Fun rules, be
The
this
elves really
tall.
want the Earth not to
I'm
end.
not that tall. No screams, look out for snakes, no alcohol, no diving, no hiding, we will find you.
I took over half their island, Terry, and now they're taking it all back because they have 3 fucking max stack armies with nothing but dragons and phoenixes.
Jamal, those rules apply to you. Nothing. You're short. You like to scream. You don't like snakes. You love to drink.
Whoa, what the fuck? Why is there... Where's this note at? What the fuck?
Well,
Oh.
those snakes. What are you talking about?
This is strange. I had a dream last night about this restaurant. I knew I was here, but I also felt like I was in another place at the same time. Everything looked so... wrong. Nothing was the right size. I kept hearing these strange animal noises, almost like wailing. This is Five Nights at Freddy's. I guess I just feel guilty for eating that burger the other day. Also, today I
Oh.
saw that man again. The one who kept ordering every 10 minutes. This time he never even left the parking lot. He just got his meal, parked, and came back in line. He must have done at least 8 times before he left. That sounds like me. Oh, dude, McDonald's.
Are you loving it?
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Oh, yeah, I love it.
Jamal loves nothing. Jamal feels only rage and hatred.
It's the weirdest fucking play place I've ever been in.
The world is
I don't know
ours.
why, but I'm thinking like one of these rooms,
shut it.
like one of these vents is just gonna have a head crab come out of me. What are you?
Wrong
Why are you
game.
bloody? Find the child poo. This room is covered in child poo. Look at this. This is a chain hauling up the child poo. They use it for energy.
What?
There's always poo in these. I'm leaving. I fell asleep in my car today after eating one of those burgers. I remember brief flashes of a man or an animal coming toward me and feeling like some huge lumbering thing was wailing from deep underground as I continued eating. When I woke up, I was fine, but had veered off the road. I don't know if it's some weird allergic reaction to a preservative or something they use. But this is my last day. Fucking drama queens. Just you work your fucking shitty minimum wage paying job and deal with it. I really want to know what this is about, though. Maybe I'll find out if I go this way.
It's deep underground. Jamal's finding child poo.
Child poo. Oh, look. A key.
Oh man. It's only giving me 10 bits at a time now.
That means you're a dedicated fan. 100% beef. Where's the beef?
I smell like.
Oh, good. I get to go inside of the
At one point,
creepy
I
fridge.
mentioned someone said something about like smell like beef, and he's like, I smell like and he stopped me and he goes, no,
smell
don't
like
fucking say that.
beef.
He's like, don't fucking bring that horrible video up. It's what do you mean? How do you know that about a video?
smell like
That's actually a very
beef.
popular video. I didn't know that.
You guys like Rocky? There's nothing in this room. Why did I have to use a key in here? I bet if I go
Just got
outside,
25 bits for that one.
all
Holy.
the flesh is gonna come out and attack me. Am I right?
Why is it giving me so many bits now?
I don't know.
Fiddles?
I just got 25 for that last ad that I watched 7 times in a row.
Are you sure it's not your total that you have right now?
No, that's it. No, it's not. You got 25.
Pretty sure the only 3D model in this game that's an actual like entity is a chair. Film theory: Rocky from Rocky Horror Picture Show is actually dead the whole time. Froggy Fresh is the real Rocky. Fucking Richard O'Brien, you got some splaining to do. Do I go back in here? Is there something gonna happen now? Can I open you? No. This game doesn't have reflections. What a fucking ripoff.
Well, half the game is Doom Sprites.
Yeah. Yeah. What the fuck do I do in this room?
Also, Jamal, remember I used to pay like the highlight mailbox is a mod?
Yeah.
I don't think it is because my mods are off and it's still doing it.
It might be a... I don't know. Oh fuck, what the hell? It's Satan! Fuck me, get out of here, Satan. I'm about to die, by the way. Yeah, it did, actually.
Nice.
Because I wasn't expecting that.
You said it was impossible for this game to scare you.
I didn't say it was impossible. I mean, the fact that a fucking burger...
Well, you have this
Satan...
quote earlier that says it's impossible for this game to scare me.
No, the fact that Burger Satan is currently chasing me down actually kind of made me jump a bit. Get out of here, Burger Satan. I don't want your meat. I don't want your meat in my mouth. The fucking chat is just filling up and I can't read it. Sucks for your seat, silly.
I'll be honest, it's a very surreal fucking model.
Yeah. See, the thing that makes me jump in this game is like the 3DS models instead of the Doom sprites. I think it's intended like that, though.
Well, yeah,
it's supposed to make you feel uneasy. Like seeing something like that in real life, it's like, okay, that's not right now.
It's fucking lens
And
of
we're
truth
gonna go about the fucking what we were talking about the Uncanny Valley, kind of like that, I guess. Not the same.
The scary thing is that he can just run through walls.
Yeah.
And
He's
half
not so
the
much
enemies?
running, he's just kind of floating.
No, but he can like, I mean like faster than they can.
He's also getting rid of the doors.
He's getting rid of the
doors.
Thanks for the 45 mans.
The
They're fucking just
45
pouring in. Oh my
mans.
god. She's champagne out of her baby place.
You can only do 45 in
They're just... you remember a cookie clicker? Whenever it gets on the fucking
God.
milk or whatever? That's this. There's just a layer of men on top of me. And yes, that'll be a quote, just wait.
Actually, there was a quote from last night. I was gonna remind you to add, and I fucking forgot what it was. Shit.
Actually, nobody went through and made clips of last night, actually.
You at least highlighted there.
Get off of that.
No.
Alright, you guys ready for some doinks?
You guys ready for some cake farts?
Kick farts.
I've been posting the Chris Chan copy pasta for cake farts in the fucking chat.
But why?
We need to find the video.
You can't. It's
I know,
caught.
it's gotta be somewhere.
They have the entire script of it in reverse if you want it.
Fuck.
Look, even his own fucking Wikipedia page does not have Chris Chan's cake farts.
Why would it?
Because they have every other fucking video, dude. They literally have everything.
Fuck me. Alright, so it goes right, straight, left.
You know what I like? Cake
Right.
farts.
Straight, right.
Let's get this done.
Straight. Fuck.
Awesome sauce. There it is. Sauce. Ass dance, ass dance. See me do the ass dance. Do wackadoo. Shake my
Fuck
funky
me.
monkey ass. Give me beans. I'll give you
Short-term
gas.
memory. Sorry, it's kind of hard to pay attention whenever there's fucking cake farts going on. Fuck me. Alright. Right. Right. Straight. Right. Straight. Nope. Thanks for the 20 more orgasms. There's so many men above me. Hey Terry, guess what? You've donated enough things to me that you've ranked up your badge.
He's donated $1 then.
Yeah, that means you've donated me $1 total tonight.
And all from shitty ad watching.
Alright, so I've gone...
Also,
Wait,
all
do I have
the
to go
ad pouring
backwards?
reminds
No?
me of reminds me of the old fucking like Facebook games you wanted to get things for. You just fucking watch ads until eventually you got it.
Alright,
Oh,
the answer was
Jamal,
going...
Butler.
The answer to go was to go right again. Oh, there's no note in here. What did you just say, Fruit?
I said I love it.
Love it. So glad Burger Satan isn't chasing me anymore.
I wish you'd die.
You just want
What?
to read
Wow.
this, don't you? Fuck, that was locked.
If you knew where this story... Kill yourself.
I know where it goes.
Oh great, it's this room again. Is something gonna jump out and scare me? I don't appreciate jump scares.
Oh, you can get
play the wrong
Twitch
game
rated.
then.
Oh god, there's a fucking streamer pack for South Park. Jesus.
Yep.
Christ.
It's Ubisoft. Oh no, I got jump scared.
Huh? Missing jumps to it.
There we go, finally. Something gonna try to fuck me in the butt now? It's been a while since I've seen those ceiling buttholes. That door does not work.
I didn't know the bot's so much useful, much more useful in this fucking game.
What?
He's talking about Payday.
You actually have 3 in solo now, which is kind of surprising.
You playing Payday by yourself?
Yeah, doing some crime spree.
Wow, that's something.
You guys honestly surprised
Might
I've
as
been
well.
streaming this game for about 3 hours?
Give
How
me
many?
beans, I'll give you gas. Don't do it, Jamal.
Don't do it. I don't want memes. I don't want gas.
You want cake farts, right?
I don't.
Cake fair.
Oh
Yes,
no,
boy.
ice cream. It feels surreal looking over at my fucking webcam with me in it, and then there's just a layer of fucking everything behind it. Oh, look,
Layer upon layers upon
Burger
layers of flavor.
Satan. Let's get some Burger Satans in the chat, guys. Oh god, guys,
What?
I'm at 750. Ed, you got an axe, nice. Oh shit, I have unlimited stamina. I love Spooky, she's nice. Oh wait, okay, I see what you did. I don't have unlimited stamina, I don't have any stamina. Nice. Fuck Spooky, she's a cunt.
What?
She said she gave me unlimited stamina. There is no stamina. She got rid of it. There's no more sprinting. I'm gonna die.
Well,
Fuck
luck.
you. Oh shit, I could actually hurt him. Nice. Well, there goes my idea of just speed running through the rest of it. Fuck you. I miss sprinting.
we're back at my Terry just said cake farts. Holy shit, I'm way behind. I'm way behind you.
I don't seem to be taking damage every single time I do this.
You ever notice that for all these commercials for gaming laptops, it shows them playing a game like Overwatch, which isn't that graphically intensive?
Or
Yeah, but it's a popular game that people want to
it's
play.
the modern esports game.
I really wish Overwatch wasn't an e-sport.
I mean, it's not really. It's nothing like Counter-Strike.
Yep. To make it 1%.
I mean, the only reason Counter-Strike is graphically intensive is just because of the fact that it's on Source
It's a
Engine.
horrible fucking. It's a graphically intensive, just intensive.
Hey, I have stamina again.
It's graphically intensive in the same way it's intensive training to be bulimic. I don't know. Fuck it.
Fucking, it's always the goddamn table. So I just found out if I'm out of stamina, I can't spam my axe. And it makes a sound. It makes an Oregon Trail. Dun dun
Nope.
dun.
Sorry.
Nope. Sorry. What is that from?
Me? I said it for years.
No, it's from something. It's gotta be from something. You're not original in your content, fruit. Fucking, it's that goddamn table again. I swear to God, I've heard. Nope. Sorry. I've heard somewhere before. That wasn't just you. Is there a fucking helicopter going off? What the fuck? I guess I'll keep drinking. Am I gonna get banned? Oh, there's the fucking table again. You'd think I'd learn by now. I do not like the sound of war going on above me. Then something's gonna come out and fuck me.
It's gonna be me.
No, Terry. I know you just want to read your Harry Potter fan fiction, but just please get your penis out of me.
Nope.
You're gonna die.
Sorry.
You have to go all the way back 60.
I mean, I've been through 700 so far tonight, so honestly, 60's not that big a deal to me. Now watch, I'm gonna go this way, and for once, it's gonna be bamboozling me again.
You say that's not big of a that big. But you're gonna go 65 back and 30 out of that.
Complain, yes. I don't need to. I'm good. I'm good at this game. Have either of you ever completed this game? Like at all?
What?
Have you ever completed this game?
No, because the game has been being continually made, my dude.
I mean, this is an HD remake, so I think it's been finished.
It's not really an
Day
HD
3,
remake.
hallucinations are manifesting and creating intervals. The cause is
You
probably
can't
sleep
like
deprivation or
this.
gas that is being pumped into the rooms. I have yet to be injured, so I don't think the cause is brain injury or blood clot.
It's actually an HD renovation, Jamal.
Sorry. Oh, cool, I can
Please,
play
thank
more
you.
card games. Or card. Yo, I want to try this one since I fucked it up the last time.
Well, could you please say nope, sorry for me?
Nope, sorry.
No other voice though.
Nope, sorry.
Thank you.
Deja vu. Have I been to this place before?
Yes. We've played the game for a while now, so you probably have.
Oh yeah, I've been in all these rooms at least a dozen times now. Oh wait, am I supposed to hit the cars?
Probably.
I made a loud noise. Whee! Do, 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 do. Daytona! Wait, didn't I finish a lap by now?
What?
Oh, I see. I have to keep hitting cars in order to get a good score. I think.
Jamal, what's your opinion on DuckTales?
Ooh.
I mean, did somebody pull the frog quote?
What? Froggy Fresh?
No, just you quote frog.
This is like Grand Theft Auto, and that Jamal can't drive free.
Where's quote frog? Come on, somebody do quote frog. It's only another 20 seconds until it's not relevant anymore. Is nobody gonna do quote frog?
I don't know the game or something.
I don't really feel like it.
I guess nobody knows what my opinion on DuckTales is.
I heard Jamal doesn't like DuckTales, guys.
Frog. I'm drunk.
Suppose you even drinking. This game drive me to drink.
No, I've been drinking.
Oh.
Just nothing hard.
What have you been drinking?
Coors Light, because I still have a fridge full of them. Also, I like how he didn't even pull up quote frog.
Please.
Alright, that's not the quote I was looking. Fuck it, I don't care. I was trying to get the quote of Jamal, you just made me watch a frog die 3 times.
No one else
Terry with the 35 things. Oh shit, they're pyramid heads.
Technically, there's not more than one pyramid. Well, actually, there are 2 pyramid heads.
Oh shit, I just thought of a good idea. I want to do a special song for room 777.
What's that? Is it something related to Electric Six or something?
No, I was gonna do fucking Casino Night Zone or something.
What?
You know, Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog.
I thought you hated Sonic.
Casino. He hates everything I like.
Yep. Boom.
Ew, but
Oh
I
shit,
thought you
okay.
hated Brutal
That's
Legend. You always talk about how much you hate Brutal Legend, though.
I fucking hate it. It's garbage. Worst game ever. The multiplayer is the best part, though.
I mean, you're not wrong.
What?
What?
I mean, I guess you both have the achievement for playing with Edmund McMillan, the football guys.
Wait, what?
Edmund McMillan made Brutal Legend new?
Whatever his name is.
Tim Schafer?
Tim Schafer?
Oh, yeah, his ass. Kidding.
Everybody knows Phil Fish made Brutal Legend.
Obviously. I wonder how the fish is doing.
I don't care.
Nothing. There's
Not
your
what
fucking
is how.
answer.
Oh
Nothing.
shit. It's Blackheart.
Edmund, who cares how he's doing? He's a fucking asshole.
He is.
He's probably fucking writhing in his own pain or something.
His sideburns grew out and now he's lopsided.
You ruined sideburns for me. Just kidding. Sideburns are great. No one can ruin those for me.
Whenever I grow out my facial hair, I have Phil Fish sideburns because I can't grow anything else.
And so Jamal ruined it for him.
Well, Jamal ruined my facial hair again.
Gotta kill myself, I guess.
Well, it's been nice having sideburns, but now I gotta burn my facial hair off.
Right, fuck it.
Right, fuck it.
Fuck it.
I thought my first thing was a search. I don't know why I picked the search today.
Ooh. Wait, you mean the game The Surge?
Oh shit.
No, it was a search.
Ceiling anuses. It's okay though, because I'm at room 800.
I'm feeling whenever I forgot that I have a thing that makes it so I can get master coins or something. And I see it, I look over and I see a small mini chest on the fucking screen.
You can do it. We
I'm
can
like-
help, Papa John's.
Fuck Papa John, man.
Papa John's kind of awful.
I've never had
You
Papa
think?
John's. The closest Papa
Yeah,
John's is
boy.
like a mile or 3 away.
We've had this discussion so many times, yes, but it sucks because it's just.
I would like to
It's-
try it because I feel like it'd be pretty biased not to judge it.
No,
Not
here's the
try
issue about
Papa
Papa John. It's literally just Little Sieges, but more expensive and delivers.
No, it's not Little Caesars.
But
it's a little bit
fucking
higher
Papa
quality.
John's comes with a pepper.
Wow.
That makes pizza places unique.
Makes me want to fucking die, I think is what you meant to say.
Hey, at least we don't live in the UK where pizza places are exclusively Pizza Huts and that's it.
At least we don't live in the UK in general because it's awful.
From what I've known about Kyle, is that
TK?
Yeah, TK Baja.
Is that what we're calling them now?
Sure. The only fast food places that exist in the UK is KFC. Oh fuck, where's the door on this one? The only thing I
KFC
know
only
about
exists in,
fucking
like,
fast
Delaware.
food in the UK is KFC, Burger King, exclusively just French fries though, and Pizza Hut. That's it.
How bizarre.
Jamal, what's the death animation for that?
I don't know. Oh, do you want to see it?
Yeah.
I said, Jamal, You're
He's
putting
just
upon
kind of
yourself.
petting me now. Let's see what it is. Oh, did I go in the purgatory? Oh fuck.
Well, don't.
Does this count as a death? I think I'm just in purgatory now.
You fucking fell for it. Terry tricked you.
Why did you
Terry
trick me?
tricked.
Did you put me in purgatory?
Do you know what that means, right?
You have to read it anyways. Hey, look, Satan. I'd like a burger. You know what that means, Terry? Start reading.
Alright.
You're not dead though.
I just died. I game over.
You're metaphorically dead. You're not literally dead. You're totally dead.
Chapter 7.
Oh, there you go.
It should be noted that this is the only chapter with a name. Chapter 7.
Dickening.
Bring me to life. Author's note. Well, okay, you guys. I'm only writing this because I got 5 God reviews. BTW. I want write the next chapter till I get 10 God ones. Didn't even try with that one.
Wait, what was it supposed to be?
Are you having a stroke?
Good reviews, but it came out God.
Terry, you gotta just talk normally because clearly that's how they talk when they look like. Please.
Yeah, but I'm gonna read it verbatim, so shut up.
You murder the author, Terry.
Flaming,
Wait, can I ask you a question real quick?
Go
Where
ahead.
is this story posted at? Like, what website? I'm guessing DeviantArt?
What do you think?
I'm guessing
To
DeviantArt.
ask? See DeviantArt?
Yes.
Really?
DeviantArt. Am I
That's
right?
not a what? Never mind.
What do you mean that's not a
Um,
website? What the fuck were you gonna say? Come on.
Actually, I'm
Not
not
a
entirely sure.
That's not
What are
really
you
a
reading
website
off
for
right now?
fan.
I think there was just like a
Fanfiction.net.
fan. Yeah, it was just a fan fiction website.
It's just fanfiction.net, like the most.
Oh shit,
Alright.
this is a unique
Let's
room.
get through this. Star Fleming, or I'll report you. Ebony isn't a Mary Sue, okay? She isn't perfect.
Oh, cool wine.
She's a satanist. She has
I
problems.
think he's outside the door.
She's depressed for God's sake.
Oh shit, is this a
God
stealth
damn!
section?
Why is this one so bad?
What's gonna happen here? I have
it's
the
always
option
bad
to
at the
hide in
start.
places. Oh shit, it's Jason.
Do you want me to stop him?
Yeah, hold on. This is a very tense moment. Very spooky. Jason's coming to insta-kill me. Oh shit, there's voice acting in this game that isn't spooky.
Jason turn you on.
You can go ahead and read again. We've got time for some donations.
A cool question. Why have you been seeing a lot of fucking AGDQ like things popping up on YouTube related all of a sudden?
Not really, because I watch a lot of
I've
them to
been-
begin with anyways.
Fair enough.
This mansion is strange. I think the bricks and wood are actually just painted on. Yep.
Alright.
Continue.
Draco and I held our pale white hands, black nail polish as we went upstairs. I was wearing red Satanist sing on my nails in red nail polish. Author's note. See, does that sound like a maroon?
I somehow managed to get
I
away, but I don't
waved
know
to
how.
vampire. What?
Oh, sorry, I was reading a note.
Oh.
It looks like he's not even. It's like he isn't even real, but instead my fears manifest myself in stalking.
Dark misery was in his depressed eyes. I guess he was jealous of me that I was going out with Draco. Oh, wait, hang on. Sorry. I waved to vampire. She was waving at vampire.
I love how they refer to Harry Potter.
Why is
as
this vampire? Why is Potter or something?
Because that's his name.
Because people call him vampire now.
That's
That's his
stupid.
name. He's a vampire. He drinks blood. He has to be called vampire.
I guess he was
Does this
jealous
happen-
of me that I was going out with Draco. Anyway, I went upstairs excitedly. Draco went to his room and locked the door. Then
What is that?
there was a lot of dots.
You did that at
We
a
started
perfect time.
Frenching passively. we started Frenching passively. So
How do you passively French?
Hey, don't worry about it.
Your guess is better than mine.
Like
And we
these, like
took
the-
off
shit.
each other's clothes enthusiastically. He felt me up before I took off my top. Then
Had
I took
sex
off
with
my
him.
black leather bra, which would be a crumplin.
This is the
And he took off his
N64 version of
pants.
Friday the 13th.
Is.
Wait, so can't you destroy the meth lab on rats? Or no, rats fucking Hollow Mammy?
No.
Yeah.
Well, you can if you fuck it up. If that's
No,
what
but
you
isn't
prefer.
there a way to do it like not? Like, so he says you can destroy it or I don't know.
We done?
Okay, it's a grenade. Sorry, go on, sorry.
Are we done? A lot to read here. Are we done? Okay.
Terry, dog food is what you are.
We started Frenching passively. He felt me. Took off my leather, and he took off his pants. We went on the bed and started making out naked. Then he put his boys thingy in mine.
God damn it! How old was you when you fucking wrote it?
And then he put his boys thingy in mine. In your what?
His wiener. They dog.
And her boy thingy, obviously.
And we had sex.
Fuck.
Author's note. C is dat stupid.
Yes.
Oh, Draco, Draco, I screamed while getting an orgasm when all of a sudden, tattoo I had never seen arm. It was a black heart with an arrow through it. On it, in bloody gothic writing, were the words.
Terry, you're cutting out.
Yeah, you're cutting out quite a bit.
Am I? Where did I start cutting out?
The words on his hand.
Oh, what's on his arm?
Arm, yeah. It is tattoo, yeah.
I'd never seen before. On Draco's arm, it was a black heart with an arrow through it. On it, in bloody gothic writing, were the words.
Yes.
The words.
Vampire.
Oh no. Harry fucked
I
Draco.
was so
didn't
angry. You bastard! I shouted angrily, jumping out of the bed. No, no, but you don't understand, Draco pleaded, but I knew too much. No, you fucking idiot, I shouted. You probably have AIDS anyway. I put on my clothes.
I'm gay sex.
Oh yeah, it's fine, Evan.
I put on my clothes all huffily, and then stomped out. Draco ran out, even though he was naked. He had a really big you-know-what, but I was too mad to care. I stomped out and did so until I was in Vampire's classroom, where he was having a lesson with Professor Snape and some other people. Okay. Vampire Potter, you motherfucker! I yelled.
I yelled.
That's it.
As you do.
That's the That's chapter 7. The only chapter with a the name.
Well, I haven't died yet, so that's good that we don't have to hear it again.
That's a plus. You're only on 810. Why?
There's only 200 more, right?
Yeah.
190.
I have a book that.
Well, you're
I
only
don't know
halfway
where
there.
it goes. What do I do with the book?
Shut up your ass.
That's where it's at right now. That's my inventory. Does the book go in here? Really nice of the psychopathic murderer to wait for me to figure out what my footing is.
Who the hell are these guys? Ex-military?
This is the room I found the book in, so I don't think it goes in here anywhere. Back in here, maybe? Nope.
Okay, calm down.
Where does this fucking book go?
Downtown is vodka.
Alright, I'm assuming the book has something to do with the library, but there's no prompt for me to put it anywhere. Oh, wait. Yeah, there it is. I must have overlooked this. Cool, I'm in a poop dungeon. What happened to my flashlight? I miss it. I miss it so. I mean, I'm still in room 810, so... Oh no! I have a theory. I think it's this is a Sid. How do you pronounce that?
What?
P-S-E-U-D-O. Suedo? Potato Mansion. I think it's playing with my head. I still hear them. If I must find and kill him with the sickle I found in the forest. Oh, can I not do anything in this room other than just look at the dead bodies? Rather, the skeletons.
Warriors?
Don't look hook, man. Shove his hook into you.
Don't say skeleton warriors.
Skeleton warriors.
Warriors. This is getting spooky. Oh shit.
OP goddamn lizard man.
28th fruit.
What?
Get a mangled horror. That's when the update's coming up.
Yeah, I know. But I might be playing Mario at that time, but I'm probably gonna still play the fucking update. That's why I wanted to beat my Skaven campaign at the very least.
Huh, Wick does have new
shit.
lines for...
Okay, he's still in here. Can I kill him? Ah, you fucked with the wrong guy. I'm on the other side of the thing.
At the moment, the High Elves got fucked because I sort of destroyed half their islands. So
do I have to attempt to kill this man?
They tried to do their ritual.
Alright,
like,
nope, that's
all
not
the
what I
armies
do.
were out of there.
Hey, you, fuckboy.
Yeah.
Not you.
Yeah.
I'm referring to this pre-nerfed Roadhog as fuckboy.
Yeah. What?
Mardi Gras! Hook hand, car, doorman. Oh yeah, that's right, my AFK screen.
What was it?
Or how much I can outsmart this guy.
What was it?
Apparently a lot.
What was it?
The fuck do I do? He doesn't do anything to me. I mean, I'm assuming he will at some point. I'm literally burying myself inside this man's chest and he's not doing anything about it. I need to hide. I can't even leave this room either. Maybe it's scripted. Did you teleport out of existence?
Was it?
I need to. I should look. Oh, okay. What a fucking idiot. God damn it! I outsmarted Hook Hand Carman. Oh, there's the man with the flashlights and/or the helicopters again. Oh shit! There was something behind me. Oh shit, he's coming after me now. Dun dun. Oh no. I went into the wrong room. Get me out of here. Hey, I just got an achievement.
They're coming for me! Coming!
Oh no. Hook here, car man. I need to get Dampe's hook shot.
How are you only at 812?
I'm at 8:14 now, 8:15. That whole section was just a one room. This reminds me of
so
Outlast.
Are you kidding me? Am I gonna fucking fail here?
Wait, are you talking about real life?
Experience on Xbox One. Please buy our console.
What's Xbox One?
Oh, you know.
Sounds like a bad
This room
joke
didn't
to
lead
me.
anywhere. Okay, at least he's slow. Cat loser. I still like to think of
Froggy's weak.
myself moonwalking away.
Gross bitch. Taking you down, you piece of garbage.
You garbaggio.
You ever wonder why when you touch a frog, it doesn't like it? Don't you know why frogs hate it when you touch them?
Oh, that's the... Okay, that's the cool. I was hoping to pull, Jamal, you made me watch a frog die 3 times, quote. Whatever you asked me my opinion of DuckTales.
What's Looks like I've almost won. Holy shit. Hey Terry, question.
I want some coffee.
Have you beat a campaign yet?
No.
Oh, shit.
No
Thanks for the
fucking bad
30
at that.
more face palms.
I'm actually nearly done.
Terry, you're just making... You're just wiping off the previous layer of men. With every
No,
new
I wish
layer
they
of
would
men.
stack. They don't
They're
stack
just
as high as
slowly
I'd
just
like
sliding
to.
off like a fucking, like...
Oh no!
Rock
No, there goes Geekasm! No!
No! No!
I'll hurry the fuck up. I need to...
I know, I'm trying. I'm really trying to force myself through this now. Why don't you pass the
This
time by
is such
reading
a
another
bad-
story?
You just keep reading My Immortal.
Yeah, go ahead.
You don't have to, remember.
I would like him to. It would make the time pass out nicely.
Alright, here we go.
I need to know what happens to Drake.
You asked for it.
It's just in Jamal likes suffering.
I mean,
Chapter
do you
8.
see what I'm doing right now? Look at all these
Author's
things I
note.
have on my back. Hey, look, a note.
Stop flassing!
Day
okay?
4, hold on, I
If
got
you
a thing.
do...
Day 4,
Wait, say
I'm
what?
starting to lose track of time. The battery in my phone became... You had a phone? You could have just fucking called somebody and been like, yo, man, I'm stuck in a game. Alright, go on.
Fuck you.
I'm sorry.
Author's note. You do, Den. You crap.
The fact that Terry's lagging out with that makes it so much better, too.
Oh, God.
All you hear
See
is
if I-
you just making...
Isn't that what he always sounds like?
I guess so.
Is that better?
Oh shit, there's a man inside the room. There's Burger
Okay, you
Satan.
just burped it. That's much worse, actually.
Burger
Can
Satan,
you-
no!
Am I cutting out?
No, you're good now.
Terry, you cut,
Fruit's fucking with you.
Well, I was burping segments, so. Everyone in the class stared at me, and then Draco came in. Even though he was naked, he started to take him back. Ebony, it's not what you think, Draco screamed sadly. My friend, here, let me just...
Put it in the stream chat.
I want you guys to know how this name is spelled.
Bleody Mary Smith.
Baludi
Baludi Mary Smith.
Baludi Smith smiled at me understandably. Understatedly. She flipped her long waist-length goth hair. It was an eyes like that she was wearing contact lenses on. She had pale white skin. She was wearing makeup.
You're still
I
cutting,
knew-
by the way.
Oh, am I really?
I think you just might be close enough to the mic, I guess.
I don't want to tell you.
Get that ASMR action for my death. I forgot what this shit's called.
My immortal.
My immortal, that's right.
Better.
Yes.
Oh,
It's
Okay.
very sexy now too.
When did I start cutting?
So you're cutting up more actually.
Fuck. I'm gonna do
Just
something. Hang on.
Text to speech it.
Don't.
870. Now there's something in here with me again. It's Burger Satan.
Hello.
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 Can you hear me?
Yes.
Not cutting out.
Not at the moment.
Oh, do like a long way sentence. Just it.
I'm doing a long sentence next to my microphone.
Cut out a little bit.
I think it's Discord because I'm almost cutting a little bit too now.
Yeah,
If I
can you
could
just
pause-
change the
I can't tell if I'm about to get fucked or not. If I do, I'm gonna be mad. Alright, talk please.
I'm speaking.
Alright, we're good now.
I think
Okay.
yeah.
Whenever
yeah.
Benny's in here with us, I always switch it to US Central so that he doesn't lag out as bad. And I forgot to chat it back to East.
All right. So, okay, I'm just gonna go from here. Those who have not heard this, bombshell's about to be dropped. Just prepare. My friend, Baludi Mary Smith, smiled at me understatedly. She flipped her long, waist-length gothic black hair and opened her crimson eyes like blood that she was wearing contact lenses on. She had
What's your
pale
fish
white...
fucking-
I swear to fucking God, if you interrupt me again, I'm gonna read this all over again.
Please
When I
don't.
try to sleep at night, I'm gonna start from chapter fucking 1.
He's gonna start with the prequel as well.
She had pale white skin that she was wearing white makeup on. Here it comes. Hermione was kidnapped when she was born.
Oh no.
Her real parents are vampires, and one of them is a witch. But Voldemort killed her mother and her father, committed suicide because he was depressed about it.
Wait, Voldemort commit suicide in this time?
Apparently. Yeah.
Well, you can't just do that. He's like the main fucking
Wait, no,
antagonist.
wait. Voldemort killed her mother and her father committed suicide because there's no punctuation.
Oh, alright.
So her dad committed suicide because he was depressed about it. She still has nightmares about it, even though she was
Room 900.
kidnapped when she was born. But whatever. She still has nightmares about it and is very haunted and depressed. It also turns out her real last name is Smith, not Granger.
Of course it is Smith. Couldn't think of anything
Of
better
the
than
fucking most generic last names.
Oh my god,
It's-
damn.
Since she has converted to Satanism, she is now in Slytherin. Now, not Gryffindor. What is it you desire, you ridiculous dimwit? Snape demeaned angrily. He demeaned
Ridiculous
angrily.
dimwit.
In his cold voice, but I ignored him. Vampire, I can't believe you cheated on me with Draco, I shouted at him. Not how it works. Whatever. Everyone gasped. I don't know why Ebony was so mad at me. Wait, what? Oh, oh!
Shit, there's still more? Fuck.
Oh, I guess this switches to somebody else's point of view. I forgot. I don't know why Ebony was so mad at me. I had went out with Vampire, I'm bi, and so is Ebony, for a while, but then he broke my heart.
Wait,
He
who
dumped
does this
me
fucking
because
switch perspective to? Does it switch to Draco?
it switched to Draco, yeah.
Okay, so apparently Draco Malfoy's now bi.
Yeah. Because he's goth.
Because
He
fucked
dumped
Vampire
me
up,
because he liked Brittany, a stupid preppy fucker. I'm not getting like voice popping, am I?
No, you're good. Very professional. I would definitely hire you for a Minecraft project.
Oh, damn it. Oh, no, I just failed. That's fucking hell.
I have a dirty, disgusting sock right here. Hang on.
Oh, good. 9:10. You know what that means. More whales are being shipped to the facility tomorrow. More and more beach whales keep appearing around those islands, and I still can't find out what's causing it.
Who's left?
That'd be free.
Let's see, where was I? A stupid preppy fucker. We were just good friends now. He had gone through horrible problems, and now he was gothic. Haha, like I would hang out with a prep.
Oh, I got a lantern.
But I'm not going out with Draco anymore, said Vampire. Yeah, fucking right. Fuck off, you bastard, I screamed as it goes back to somebody else. What?
Oh, I have a fucking combination lock to go through now. That's fucking great.
Oh boy, that's fun. I screamed. I ran out of the room and into the Forbidden Forest where I had lost my virility.
Oh, virility.
I had lost my virility to Draco, and then I started to bust into tears. Not burst.
Bust.
Hey,
Okay,
I did
let's
it.
do
That was
chapter.
easy.
Chapter 9. Tell me when you want me to read it.
Research report 6. I hear a girl or an animal or something singing to me, pleading that I come outside my locked room and let sweeping waves comfort me. Continue reading. I would have done 6969, but this says 6. It goes up to 4. Surprisingly, I got the thing easily.
Oh god, fucking Grimhood's in chat.
Yeah, Grim's been here the whole time.
Chapter 9. Author's note. Stop flaming, okay? I didn't read all the books. This is from the movie, okay?
Whale
so it's
15D has died much sooner than I expected. I'm sorry for your loss.
It's from the movie, so it's not my fault if dumb Eldor soars.
Dumb Eldor.
Besuizes. I said he had a headache.
Headache?
And Razan snap descent lick Harry now is cause he's a Christian and a vampire is a Satanist.
Dead.
MCR rocks.
Oh shit, remember how I was joking around about the water monster part? I think that's about to become a fucking reality.
You found him.
That's kind of the issue with the water monster in Images. You can't really find them.
Listen to that pop filter.
Professional. Nothing
It's a pair
professional.
of dirty shorts that I found on my... Actually kind of smell bad. I should get these clean.
I'm imagining you talking to a Yeti that has like a fucking shitty pair of boxers on top of it.
It's not a Yeti. It's a blue snowball.
Oh, sorry. You've got blue snowballs with boxers on them.
I was so mad and sad. I couldn't believe Draco for cheating on me. I began to cry against the tree where I did it with Draco. Then all of a sudden, an horrible man with red eyes and no nose and everything started flying towards me on a broomstick. He didn't have a nose. Basically like Voldemort in the movie. And he was wearing all black.
I'm
but
betting
it was...
like the fucking author's notes are just in parentheses, like specifying what they mean because they can't write it out good enough.
It is. It's all in parentheses. Anytime there's a lot of parentheses going on. And he was wearing all black, but it was obvious he wasn't gothic at all. It was ... Voldemort.
Moldywort.
Moldy butt.
No! I shouted in a scared voice, but then Voldemort shouted, Imperius! And I couldn't run away.
What the fuck am I supposed to be doing here?
Crookshanks! I shouted at him. Voldemort fell off of his broom and started to scream. I felt bad for him, even though I'm a sadist, so I
The way you
stopped.
said that, I meant he fell on the ground and started doing the rust scream.
Oh, what the fuck? Is that... Okay, there's a mer... Oh, fuck me. Alright, fucking Donkey Kong-esque goddamn mermaid model. Nice. It's the water monster.
It's the water monster.
It's the fucking
Like
water
it makes
monster.
you want to get up and look at the titties.
I wanted to see them titties.
I want to touch that. I want to touch that dad. That's a good dad.
Ooh, what else, Jamal?
Ooh, what else? Ass. What else? Titties. What else?
All right. I felt bad for him, even though I'm a sadist, so I stopped. Ebony, he yelled, thou must kill Vampire Potter. I thought about Vampire and his sexa eyes and his gothic black hair and how his face looked just like Joel Madden. I remembered
Damn,
that
fucking
Draco...
John Madden.
John Madden.
John Madden.
I remembered that
Football.
Draco had said I didn't understand, so I thought, what if Draco went out with Vampire before I went out with him before they broke up? No, Voldemort shouted back. No, wait, no, Voldemort, I shouted back. Voldemort gave me... God. Voldemort gave me a gun. No, please, I begged. No, please, I beg. Thou must, he yelled. If thou dost not, then I shall kill thy beloved Draco. How did you know? I asked in a surprised way.
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
Oh, I just imagine he's like, he's like, no, and he just walks over and hands her a 50 cal.
Okay, here we go. Voldemort
Oh
got
shit,
a
it's
dude.
fucking the man in gauze again.
Pregnant.
The man in gauze?
American Mayor Ramsey.
Mayor Ramsey!
Raise the tax! Raise the tax!
Voldemort got a dude, you're so retarded look on your face. I have telekinesis, he answered cruelly. And if you doth not kill Vampire, then thou know
how he talks?
what... Yeah, that... I'm not fucking... I told you.
No, I'm saying it in the movies. Is that how he talks?
No, actually not really.
Are you talking about
Voldemort. No, he does
he
not
talks
talk
like he
in...
has no nose.
He talks kind of slow and menacingly, but he doesn't talk in like old English speak. Where was I? And if thou doth not kill Vampire, then thou know what will happen to Draco, he shouted. Then he flew away angrily on his broomstick. I was so scared and mad.
It's like driving in
I
traffic.
I didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Draco came into the woods. Draco, I said. Hi! Hi, he said back, but his face was all sad. He was wearing... God. He was wearing white foundation and messy eyeliner, kind of like a pentagram. Get it? Because between Joel Madden and Gerard Way. Are you okay? I asked. No, he answered. I'm sorry I got all mad at you, but I thought you cheated on me. I expelled. That's okay, he said, all depressed. And we went back to Hogwarts together making out.
Wait, so now she's...
that's,
wait, is it back in the perspective of Draco?
No, that was...
Alright, so that was Ebony Black Tits or whatever.
Yeah, that was Ebony Darkness, whatever way.
Alright, so wait, was she just making out with Voldemort or Draco?
No, she got back together with Draco.
Okay.
But she has a gun
I
now.
didn't know
to
how
kill
that soap
vampires.
opera ended. Also,
I really
fucking,
want-
Oh shit, it's...
Well,
fucking Happy Mass Salesman again.
I gotta
Bro, I
let
wish
you know,
we-
there's only 2 chapters left.
Oh no. I wish we all did this in one sitting, so Jamal could clip it and like animate it.
Animate
I
all
mean-
of fucking My Immortal.
I could go through and
please.
highlight everything. I mean, you also
Alright.
expect me to animate something, so...
Please.
Now it's more of a race to finish it before you can finish fucking the last 50 rooms. Here we go. Author's note. Stupid, you gay
Whoa.
Well,
Whoa.
if you don't lick my story, then fuck off. P.S. It turns out bloody Mary isn't a muggle. Effort, Al. Sheeton vampire are evil dads why they moved houses, okay?
I'm so confused that my head hurts.
I was really scared about Vladimort all day.
Vladimort.
I was even upset went to rehearsals with my gothic metal band Bloody Gothic Rose 666.
How many fucking backstories does these characters have?
It's best if you don't ask.
I'm
I am
genuinely
the lead
curious.
singer of it, and I play guitar. People
I also
say
play drums and occasionally the triangle.
sometimes I use my clitoris to play the drums. People say that we sound like a cross between
Good Charlotte and My Chemical Romance.
Close. GC and Slipknot and MCR.
Oh, you forgot.
You missed
I forgot
one.
Slipknot, I'm sorry.
The other people in the band, Bloody Mary, Vampire Draco. Oh god.
Wait, so Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy, and fucking Ebony Buttfuck
Hermione.
and Hermione played a band.
Hang on. There's one more. There's Ron.
Oh, Ron Weasley also plays in it.
Although we call him Diabolo now.
Diabolo.
Diabolo.
Diablo.
I'm not saying Diablo. I'm saying Diabolo.
Ebola.
It's like Lucio O's.
He has black hair now, with blue streaks in it, and Hagrid.
Is Hagrid their manager?
I don't know.
Please tell me he is.
Only today, Draco and Vampire
Oh,
were
good, more
depressed.
doints.
So they weren't coming, and we wrote songs instead. I knew Draco probably I
Slit
knew
his
Draco was probably slitting his wrists.
Oh my god.
He wouldn't die because he was a vampire too, and the only way you can kill a vampire is with a
Garlic seasoning.
cross.
A
But
nice
there's
garlic
like
sauce.
a dash in between every letter and cross. Author's note. There's no way I'm writing that. Or a steak. There's no way I'm writing cross because she had to like, fuck it, whatever.
Which is she wanted to.
It's
put
already
cross, but it's
sacrilegious
like,
enough.
She wanted to write cross because that's the only way you can kill a vampire, but she had to put dashes in between all the letters because if she wrote cross for real, she'd be a prep, I guess. I don't know. And Vampire was probably watching a depressing movie like The Corpse Bride. I put on a black leather shirt that showed off my boobs and a tiny matching miniskirt that said Simple Plan on the butt. You might think I'm a slut, but I'm really not.
No, you're pretty much slut.
You might think I'm a slut, but I'm really not.
We were singing a cover of Helena, and at the end of the song, I suddenly burst into tears. Ebony, are you okay? Bloody Mary asked in a concerted voice.
I said great name's Bloody Mary.
Be Luddy.
What the
I
fuck
love
do
that.
you think? I asked angrily, and then I said, well, Voldemort came and the fucking bastard told me to fucking kill Harry. Oh,
Harry, they're calling him Harry now?
apparently. But I
God
don't
damn.
want to kill him.
He doesn't
because
refer
he's
to him
really
as
nice.
vampire. It's like it's not the code. Also point out fucking 12 more rooms, boys.
Oh boy.
Right.
Even if he did go out with Draco. But if I don't kill Harry, then Voldemort will fucking kill Draco. I burst into tears. Again. Suddenly,
you
Draco
both?
jumped out from behind a wall. Why didn't you fucking tell me? He shouted. How could you fucking poser muggle bitch? See, is that out of character? That was a author's note, by the way.
Author's note. I'm gonna do all my streams with author's notes now.
You know, you have to say it. Author's note.
Author's note. That's my new
And
side
you have to
note.
go. No, you have to go. Author's note. No, you gotta get that like that. You know.
Author's note.
That author's note.
Room 995. Save. I'm guessing the last 5 rooms are gonna be fucking agonizing hell.
I started to cry and cry. Draco started to cry too, all sensitive. Then he ran out crying. We practiced for 1 more hour. Then suddenly, Dumb Eldor. Is that actually how it's spelled?
Dumbledore. The Marmite.
Dumbledore walked in angrily. His eyes were all fiery, and I knew this time it wasn't because he had a headache. What have you done? He started. He started to cry wisely.
Apparently, Grim says Benny says I won't make it to a room 1,000. I'm gonna blue balls them. Well, thanks for watching the stream, guys. It's been fun. Nah, fuck it.
I'm gonna watch for this, and then we'll go back
You
to
did it. Exit. Oh no, it's. Oh, there we go. This is where I get off.
Get off.
Oh, look. Sunshine and rainbows. I'm a free man, boys.
We're here to witness your blue balling.
Yep. But he did it.
I did it. I got to the Purgatory Skybox of Happiness.
Nice.
Is this just the end of the game? There's nothing else to do?
I don't know.
Don't make a
Look around.
swastika. I can't help it. Oh no. Vista Sky Fatal Error. What the fuck? Oh no, it's been a simulation the whole time.
You made it. Congratulations. Again. Oh. So now you must pass one final test. Prove your fortitude or dedication.
My fortitude or dedication. Oh boy. Room 1001. Nailing them together.
So now to see if you get the good ending or the bad ending.
This is Undertale. This looks like Undertale's ending. 731. Does that take me back to room 731? Oh no. It's you and Nikki. Take to the dead. Take to the dead. Did I pick the wrong door? Oh fuck, hello. Are you the final boss? In T-pose? Oh shit, okay. This is actually loud. Oh no, there's a close-up picture of a steak. Oh fuck, is this actually a boss fight? Come at me.
Yeah, looks like you're in a boss fight.
I didn't think there was gonna be a boss fight in this game. Oh, it's just like Ganondorf. Yeah, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
I've been training for this for years.
I knew it's a good reason I played Ocarina of Time on 3DS a while ago. Where's my bottle? I've been making way too many Ocarina of Time jokes tonight. Oh shit, I missed some of the skeletons. Come on, I gotta get him in. I gotta second cycle him.
Not gonna get the perfect ending.
Ow. Fucking get the James Bond filter out of my face. Come at me, bro. Yeah. Now's your chance to hit him, Link. I need to get the light arrows. Fuck, I can't second cycle him. Oh shit.
Oh no, I've been playing random. I have O degree playing on this fucking long ass ice. Oh.
Oh shit, there's more than one. Oh no.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Come at me, you fuck.
It's actually a pretty cool boss fight.
I can't move the cursor anymore, so I'm guessing I won.
Congratulations!
Congratulations! I did it.
It was interesting watching you swing your axe around like that. I know you'll make a fine specimen.
Oh, I got a bad ending. What did I do?
Oh. You were too brutal, too lustful.
Oh shit, hold on. I gotta fucking keep up with tradition.
What, exit without
God
saving?
Damn it. Well, I guess I'm gonna go look up the credits online. Alt-tabbing makes the credits disappear.
I can't believe you blue balled us in the end.
It's not even the end of.
Called it.
It's not even the end of Spookfest yet. Spooky horse of jump scares.
Spooky horse of jump scares.
Spooky horse of jump scares.
So, do you guys want to finish my Immortal and then we fuck off?
No.
I mean,
Where's
I
the
wanted to
credits?
finish it, but I want to play playing.
Why is there not a video of the credits? There's just the OST of the credits. Oh fuck. Well, I'm gonna improvise some credits.
No one looks up credits for a game.
Hanging out. Hanging out.
That's what I need to do. Fuck.
Hanging out with the family.
I beat a game on stream. I have to play it, dude. That's been a fucking undying tradition forever.
Undying?
Yeah, but you got a bad ending on stream.
Everything's
Are you saying that the credits theme for Demic is only reserved for good games?
You said that might happen. Congratulations.
Thanks.
There, to improvise,
Just look at the Birdemic credits.
Yes, it's tradition. Just hanging out, hanging out, hanging out with my family, having ourselves a party.
I hate it.
I did it, guys. I beat the game. I beat the Vinci game. Only took 4.5 hours, but I did it.
Summer breeze, make me feel at ease. The barbecue is roaring, and Uncle Phil is scoring. The big mama's in the
love my stream
kitchen,
so much.
and everybody's wishing that she.
I mean, statistically speaking, someone has to love your stream.
Yeah. Also, I'm going to turn off the webcam really quick to show how much money I've made in the sense of memes. Look at that. Look at that pious.
That pile of cash.
As soon as I do that, they all go.
Oh god.
Hanging out.
Twitching?
Hanging outside with family. Having ourselves a party.
No. Can I fucking finish this so I can make the...
Yeah, we might as well.
Let's just fucking finish it. We gotta finish it. You gotta, there's something you need to know about. There's something that you need to know that happens. Okay, where was I? Fucking stuff.
Alright, enough of that shit.
Why didn't you fucking tell me? Started to cry. Practiced for 1 more hour, then Dumbledore walked in angrily. His eyes were fiery. What have you done? He started to cry wisely. See, that's basically nut swearing. And this time he was really upset, and you will see why. Ebony Draco has been found in his room. He committed suicide by slitting his wrists.
What?
That was the end of that chapter. And this is chapter 11, the last chapter.
I may or may not be playing the Harry Potter theme in the background for this.
Are you actually?
I might.
Oh god, I hear it.
Oh god, I hear it.
Author's note. I said, "Stop flamming, you preps." Like, you have to try to type like this. You have to try to do this shit. I'm gonna just... For the first time, I'm gonna just post this in Twitch chat. Just look at what I have to deal with.
Oh
Fucking
shit,
butt
that's
spot.
actually
Thank
what
you.
it looks like. Butt. I said stop buttming, you butt. If butt chapter is Serpid, it's Dell's butt really serious issue. CPC for yourself. If it's stupid, thanks to my friend Raven for helping me. Is that really what you've been reading?
Well, when it goes to the
Your
actual story,
eyes just like melting, man.
when it goes to the actual story, it's written somewhat well, but there's very little punctuation, and they tried very little on this. But here we go. Last chapter, everybody. No! I screamed. I was horrified. But Bloody Mary tried to comfort me, but I told her to fuck off, and I ran to my room crying myself. Dumbledore chased after me, shouting, and he had to stop when I went into my room because he would look like a perv that way. Anyway, I started crying tears of blood, and then I slit both of my wrists. They got all over my clothes, so I took them off and jumped in the bath angrily while I put on a Linkin Park song at full volume. I grabbed a stake and almost stuck it into my heart to commit suicide stake, as in, not like a cut-up steak, but like a wood steak. She spelled it wrong. She spelled it as a steak that you would eat.
Yeah.
Whatever. And almost stuck it into my heart to commit suicide. I was so fucking depressed. I got out of the bathtub and put on a black low-cut dress with lace all over it sandally. I put on black high heels with pink metal stuff at the ends and 6 pairs of metal earrings.
That was a
skull
perfect time for
earrings.
the music to get really intensified.
I couldn't fucking believe it. Then I looked out the window and screamed. Snape was spying on me, and he was taking a videotape of me, and Lupin was masturbating to it.
What?
It says masticating, but she means masturbating.
Masturbating to it.
Lupin was masturbating to it. They were sitting on their broomsticks. Ew, you fucking perv, stop looking at me naked. Are you pedos or what? I screamed, putting on a black towel with a picture of Marilyn Manson on it, even though she just fucking said she was putting clothes on or whatever. Suddenly, Vampire ran in.
What?
Vampire Potter. Abracadabra, he yelled at Snape and Lupin, pointing his womb.
His womb?
Pointing
Harry
his
Potter music is
womb.
not helping right now. It really isn't.
Oh god. Now, where the fuck was I? I lost my place because I was making a meme.
Fucking.
Womb. You were on womb.
I know, I can't find womb. There it is. I took my gun and shot Snape and Lupin a gazillion times, and they both started screaming and the camera broke. Suddenly, Dumbledore ran in. There's a Y in it this time. Ebony, it has been revealed that someone has... No! He shouted he shouted looking at Snape and Lupin, and then he waved his wand, and suddenly Hagrid ran outside on his broom and said, everyone, we need to talk. What do you know, Hagrid? You're just a little Hogwarts student. What?
What?
It's just... Okay, you're just a little Hogwarts student. I may be a Hogwarts student, Hagrid paused angrily, but I'm also a Satanist.
What?
This cannot be.
Have you even
Snape.
been listening to this, Grim?
Benny?
Sorry, falling asleep.
Same.
Please stop. I'm
Snape
leaving.
said in a crisp voice,
Oh.
as blood dripped from his hand where Dumbledore's wand had shot him. There must be other factors. You don't have any, I yelled in madly. Lupin held up the camera triumphantly. The lens may be ruined, but this tape is still there. I felt faint, more than I normally do. Like how it feels when you do not drink enough blood. Why are you doing this? Lupin said angrily while he rubbed his dirty hands on his cloak. What?
What?
And then I heard the words that I had heard before, but not from him. I did not know whether to feel shocked or happy or to bite him and drink his blood because I felt faint. Because Hagrid said he paused in the air dramatically, waving his wand in the air, then swooped he in, singing to the tune of Gothic version of a song by 50 Cent. Because you're Gothic? Snape asked in a little afraid voice, because he was
God, man.
afraid. It meant he was connected with Satan because I love her.
What? Huh?
And that's oh, hey Jamal.
Yes.
Remember when I said there's only 11 chapters?
How many actually are
That was
there?
only part one of the thing. There's a whole narrative books.
There's 44
Oh
chapters.
no, I just read that.
No,
My Immortal
no,
is split
I'm-
into 44 brief chapters. Author's notes indicated
Let's
by
go.
an
Let's go,
A
There's
precede and are
44
dispersed throughout the
chapters.
narrative.
Alright. That's it. We're
Let's
done.
go,
You
Terry.
said you're done.
Come
We're
on, let's
leaving.
go.
Why does this have a
Guys,
Wikipedia
good.
page?
Look.
Let's go, Terry.
Okay. I don't want any of you, Jamal,
I want it. I
Don't
will read
listen
for
to
myself.
anything.
A Wikipedia
Jamal.
page.
because it's like 15 years old. It's been around for so long. Jamal, don't go to the Wikipedia. Don't look up anything on it. I promise you, it is so much more worth it to just have it read to you or read it yourself. But if I'm reading it, like I will read all 44 chapters of this over the next couple days of Spookfest, if you so please.
Fantastic.
I will do this. I just
Absolutely
need you to not.
fantastic.
I need you to not, because Jamal,
Alright, I'm not spoiling myself for any of this.
there's some shit that fucking happens that reminded me about, and I couldn't fucking.
Is that what you're losing shit about?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. The same goes for you, noob. Don't fucking
I
look
won't,
ahead.
believe me.
Just wait
You've
for
got
it.
me excited
Okay.
like a kid going to Disneyland for Christmas or some shit.
Why not Universal?
Oh,
We're going to
God.
Harry Potter Land.
There's just so much of it.
I don't know about you, but fucking this is the face that screams Harry Potter Land. Look at that. That kid's excited. A fucking Diablo.
Oh, Christ.
I need to go to fucking bed.
Yeah.
Please have a good night.
I'm actually really surprised I completed the game. I think that's the first time I've ever done that in Spookfest history. Like, in a timely fashion, like one night I streamed one game and beat one game. So before we sign off for the night, let's take a look at what games I could play for tomorrow. I guess I
Jamal, I think you should download Left 4 Dead. Not Left. What the fuck?
Shit, I already have it downloaded. We played it yesterday.
Resident Evil.
I did download it actually. What game should I move on to tomorrow? Got quite a bit to choose from.
Outlast is pretty boring. We could fill the time with Outlast with
I already
My
did
Immortal.
Outlast. It's not even played this year.
No, yeah, good. That game kind of sucked.
We could do Alien Isolation,
Yeah, you could.
featuring all of the DLC.
Of course, you'd probably want to start a little bit sooner for that.
Unfortunately, I work until 10 tomorrow, so probably not.
Yeah, but I mean, we didn't even start doing anything till like fucking almost 1.
Yeah, a little closer to midnight. I could do Lucius. It's a game that Waz bought me. Let me see how the average time for Lucius is. Oh wait, I forgot about Lucius Malfoy. That's right.
Yep.
So,
Been working
as
together.
somebody who's never read it, I've only read the first Harry Potter book, and that was like when I was a kid. That was the most confusing clusterfuck of characters I have ever fucking seen.
Hagrid's the big guy.
I know that Hagrid's big guy. 'Cause fucking, I mean, that's pretty like common out, to be honest.
It is.
Wednesday, my dudes.
What is the average time for this? 5 hours. Yeah, I can see us playing this tomorrow night. Can't promise I'll beat it, but I mean, then again, I did just sacrifice 4.5 hours of my life tonight, fucking walking
Dude,
down
just
a hallway.
uninstall that game and get rid of it. Never
I
look
kind
at
of
it
want to
again.
try the other campaigns that this one added.
The endless mode, the one that goes on
No,
for
I
longer.
never. No, fuck that. I want to see something. Does this have a? Wow, it doesn't have walking sim under the categories.
And their card. To guess by.
Let's look at the cards I got. Forgot about that.
When I'm doing a crime spree, I keep figuring out I did not even try to get extra loot because there's no fucking point. It's fucking painful.
Well, that was a fun game. Kind of sucks I didn't get to do the credits the way I wanted to, but it was still fun. Alright, well now that we're done with Harry Potter fanfiction for right now, I guess I can close out of the game soundtrack.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking bed.
Yeah. Anyways, thanks everybody for watching day 2 of Spookfest. We still got 10 more to go.
Suck my dick.
We'll find out what we're doing
Everybody
tomorrow
have a good night.
Suck the dick.
Oh shit, I just realized something. I bought fucking candy to eat while I was streaming, and I didn't even fucking open up the packaging for it.
Yeah.
I bought fucking Twizzlers and Swedish Fish. Oh, I'm a shitty streamer.
You know what? You know an asshole Russia fuck you.
Nice one.
No, I'm making a joke because you know payday. I've done this. I've done the Hotline Miami 2 times so far.
Yeah.
Had to re-roll twice because I didn't want to do it, and I finally broke down and fucking did it.
Anyways, I guess I'm gonna go run some hold-on screens to end the stream
Okay.
off. So thanks for everybody for watching. Enjoy some bullshit.
Y'all have a good night.
Have a good night. I promise I won't bore people as much tomorrow. Although we're gonna be listening to some dank-ass Harry Potter fan fiction tomorrow night. I look
I hope
forward to it.
Alright, goodbye.